Okay, good morning, everyone. We will call this meeting to order. It is August 8th, 2024, Thursday, just after 9:30 a.m. And why don't we start very quickly with a roll call?
Good morning. President John Harabedian,
Here.
Vice President Yongping Chen, Ruben Osorio, Francisco Kim,
Here.
Shudong Lee, Dr. Amy Mateki.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Brothers. We are going to table items 2 and 3, and we're going to go directly to item number 4, which is a petition for penalty relief and a reinstatement of a revoked license. And I'm going to turn this over to Judge Larson, sitting to my right.
All right, good morning. In just a moment, we are going to be going on the record. I'm going to announce the case and then I will have the parties announce themselves. I'm going to then swear in our interpreters and then explain how the hearing is going to proceed this morning. All right. All right, as soon as our court reporter tells me she is ready, all right, on the record. Good morning. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for reinstatement by Utah Fu. It is August 8th, 2024. This matter is being heard before the Acupuncture Board, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. This is OAH case number 2024-05-0047. Acupuncture Board case number 1A-2023-73. My name is Marcy Larson. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings presiding over the matter this morning. We are here at the date, time, and location of the notice of hearing in this matter. Will the board members please identify themselves for the record, starting to my left?
President John Harabedian.
Board member Amy Mateki.
Board member Hyun Francisco Kim.
Board member Shudong Lee.
Board member Osorio.
All right, we do have a quorum present. Counsel for the people, please state your appearance for the record.
Should I try this one? There we go. This one works.
Yep.
Actually.
There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor and panel members. Deputy Attorney General Aaron Lent for the Attorney General's Office of the State of California.
And counsel for petitioner.
Good morning. Joanna Sheridan on behalf of Mr. Fu, who is also present before this
All right,
hearing.
we have two Chinese interpreters assisting this morning. And so the first thing I'm going to need to do is to swear you both in. If you would please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under a penalty of perjury that you will make a true interpretation of English to Chinese and Chinese to English? I'm going to have you both please sit and state and spell your names.
Margaret Chin
Here. You need to turn your microphone
The
on.
bottom of it so it lights up.
Okay. Is it on right now? Okay, my name is Margaret Chin, Margaret, last name Chin.
My name's Kitty Shek, Shek, last name.
All right, and so we're going to be starting with Ms. Chen, correct? Yes, all right. And so Ms. Chen, you will interpret verbatim, simultaneous interpretation of everything that is being said, correct? Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may begin. All right, I'm going to explain how the hearing is going to proceed this morning. This proceeding is concerning rehabilitation that Mr. Fu has undergone since the discipline of his license. The Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Lent, will proceed first. He will submit the petition package into evidence and provide the board members a brief orientation of the history of discipline in this matter. We have petition exhibits. I see that Mr. Lin has binders, which he'll provide to the board members. I know there's some additional exhibits that have been added as well. We'll address those. After the Deputy Attorney General presents the people's case, I will then allow Mr. Fu, through his counsel, to present his case. I want to remind Mr. Fu that the board has the benefit of the petition package and the documents. And so to the extent that there are specific information in that petition package you want to draw the board's attention to, this would be the time, of course, to do that. Other than Mr. Fu, do you have any witnesses you'll be calling this morning, Ms. Sheridan?
Yes, Your Honor. We are calling our forensic expert, Dr. Chin, who conducted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Fu. His report is in the materials we submitted. We also have 3 character witnesses that we have brought today. And to the extent we have time to bring them in to testify as to their personal knowledge of his character, I would also offer them as well.
Are they currently here?
1 is here and 2 will arrive shortly. Yes.
So I'll let you decide what order you want to present your witnesses. Of course, you will question those, Mr. Fu, and the witnesses, Mr. Lent, will have an opportunity to also question, and then I will ask the board members if they have questions as well. After the evidence has been presented to the board will go into closed session and deliberate. You will not receive a decision today. All right, with that, Mr. Lent, if you would like to please give the board members a brief overview of the history in this matter and address the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. First, may I have permission to enter the well and distribute the exhibit binders to the
You
board
may.
member panels?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And Your Honor, just as a matter of procedural housekeeping, it would be our motion to exclude the witnesses identified by Respondents' Counsel at this time before we begin.
Yes, so we want to make sure witnesses' testimony is their own testimony without being influenced by anything that's been being said before it's their turn to testify. So if there are any witnesses that are in the hearing room, we would ask that they step out until it's their turn to testify.
I don't see any of my witnesses here, and I have instructed them to remain outside.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. My name is Deputy Attorney General Aaron Lent, and I am appearing on behalf of the Attorney General's Office of the State of California. Today, I will be here to assist both Your Honor and the board panel members in this fact-finding hearing. My role is not adversarial today, but is intended to protect the public interest and to ensure that both Your Honor and panel members have an adequate information to make an informed decision today. In this matter, Mr. Fu has petitioned for penalty relief, seeking a reinstatement of his revoked license. Before allowing Mr. Fu to present his case for penalty relief, I would like to first provide a background concerning his disciplinary matter. On November 15th, 2012, the Acupuncture Board of the State of California adopted an administrative law decision judge's proposed decision.
Mr. Lent,
Oh, I
I
apologize.
just want to remind you, we have an interpreter. Her job is to interpret everything that's being said. So if you could slow down,
Of course.
it will make it much easier for her. And particularly when we read fast. And you just let me know if things are going too quickly for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Lent.
Thank you, Your Honor. The judge's proposed decision after that hearing took place on June 7th through the 8th of 2012, in which there was a contested accusation filed by the board against Mr. Fu's license. The accusation charged the petitioner with sexual misconduct, gross negligence, repeated negligent acts, incompetence, and unprofessional conduct. These disciplinary causes of action stemmed from an encounter with one of the petitioner's patients in October of 2009. The factual basis articulated in the accusation alleged that the female patient, who had been treated by the petitioner several times in the past, came to his office seeking acupuncture treatment for her lower back pain and a cold. The petitioner placed her on a treatment table and told her to take off her blouse. Petitioner placed acupuncture needles in her and left the room. The petitioner returned, performed a cupping treatment, and then left the room again. Petitioner returned, told the patient he was going to perform a Qigong massage, and told her to remove her pants. The patient, wearing only her bra and underwear, laid exposed on the table without a towel or sheet to cover her body. The petitioner began massaging her and asked her personal questions, such as whether she was married, whether she had a boyfriend, and if the boyfriend had lived in the city. Petitioner failed to ask her any questions about her back pain at this time. During the massage, petitioner massaged her thighs and removed her underwear, telling her that the energy was trapped and that he needed to work in that area. The petitioner continued using his fingers to touch her on her thighs and in her genital area. He began rubbing and pressing on her perineum, which is an area of the body located between her genitals and her anus. In response, the patient told petitioner to stop and only focus on her back. The petitioner told her her feet were cold, her midsection was hot, and that it was necessary to open up these blocked channels. He stated that she was very sick, and to feel healthy, she needed the energy to flow throughout her body. He told her that the only way the energy was going to flow was allow him to massage the areas where the energy was blocked. Petitioner continued massaging and pressing his fingers into the patient's genital area while rubbing his fingers in her vaginal area. The patient told him that she had had enough. However, petitioner did not stop. She told him again and that she had had enough and to focus on her back. She put her underwear back on, and petitioner then began massaging her back. Petitioner told the patient heat was trapped in her midsection and that she needed to open the channels of her body through massage to become healthy and to get over her cold. He told her that his treatment was for her health and that he knew she was quote unquote a good girl. Petitioner then told her she had stopped him twice and that when she was not relaxed, her chi stopped flowing. He instructed her to close her eyes, not to talk, and without saying anything further, he pulled off her underwear, told her not to say anything, and began to rapidly move his fingertips in her genital area again. The petitioner inserted his fingers into her vagina. The patient immediately told the petitioner to stop and said she needed to leave. As she put her clothes back on and began to leave his office, petitioner repeatedly told her she was quote unquote a good girl. Petitioner attempted to hug her and tell her she needed another session while also saying that quote, American girls are the best. As she left petitioner's office, she realized she had been there for approximately 4 hours. The act of removing the female patient's underwear without her consent, repeatedly massaging her genital area, and inserting his fingers into the patient's vagina constituted sexual misconduct in violation of Business and Professions Code Section 726 and was cause to discipline his license. These same acts also constituted gross negligence, repeated negligent acts in violation of Sections 4955.2, subsection A, and 4955.2, subsection B. The accusation which alleged all of these acts proceeded to a contested administrative hearing in which the patient, the petitioner, and experts for both parties testified before an administrative law judge. The administrative law judge authored a proposed decision which was adopted by this board on November 15th of 2012 with an effective date of December 15th, 2012. The decision encompassed the legal conclusions of the administrative law judge and found causes for discipline were legally established and proven for sexual misconduct, gross negligence, and repeated negligent acts. The adopted decision also contained factual findings from the administrative law judge. Most notably were quote unquote, the candid and credible testimony of the patient, which established the factual findings alleged therein. This is in stark contrast to the petitioner's testimony, which, quote, lacked credibility and candor, end quote, according to the administrative law judge. Both experts testified and agreed that if the conduct described in the accusation were proven, such conduct would be inappropriate and below the standard of care. Petitioner denied he engaged in any of the conduct alleged and told the administrative law judge that, quote, if it's proven true, you can take my license, end quote. The administrative law judge's proposed decision concluded that the appropriate discipline was license revocation. Quote, respondent committed serious acts of sexual misconduct during an acupuncture treatment session with the patient. He steadfastly denies culpability for his shocking and extreme departures from the standard of care. The board's highest priority is the protection of the public. The facts of this case establish petitioner's continued license poses a risk to public safety, end quote. The board adopted the administrative law judge's proposed decision in its entirety on November 15th with an effective date of December 15th, 2012. 6 days after that, on December 21st, 2012, after the effective date of the board's adopted decision, the petitioner filed an application as a general massage practitioner with the city and county of the San Francisco Department of Public Health, with the same listed address as his acupuncture license. 3 months after the decision of the board's adopted decision and order, the petitioner filed a writ of mandamus challenging the ALJ's finding, claiming that it was not based on substantial evidence. The court issued an order in May of 2013 sustaining the board's demur and entered judgment against the petitioner. On July 21st of 2014, a year and a half after the effective date of the board's decision revoking the petitioner's acupuncture license, this board issued petitioner citation number 1A-2013-162, alleging petitioner violated Business and Professions Code section 4935, subsection A, subsection 1, engaging in or practicing acupuncture without a valid license. The investigation showed that petitioner solicited acupuncture by scheduling an acupuncture appointment, conducting the patient evaluation and consultation, and admitted that he continued to treat old patients. Additionally, petitioner was in violation for holding himself out as a currently licensed acupuncturist by his business signature and clinic name. The board issued citation number 1A-2013-162, fined the petitioner $2,000, and ordered the petitioner to cease and desist from violating Business and Professions Code section 4935, subsection A, subsection 1, and subsection C by discontinuing the practice of acupuncture involving solicitation, evaluation, consultation, and the practice of acupuncture in the form of an abatement order. The business name was ordered to be changed to exclude his name. The petitioner challenged this citation and requested an informal administrative hearing, which took place in September of 2014. The result of which was the citation being affirmed, given that petitioner presented no new supporting evidence disputing the violations. By May of 2015, the board received the $2,000 fine amount, and by June of 2015, the board received proof of petitioner's compliance with the abatement order. On December 11th of 2017, almost 5 years after the effective decision of the board's decision and order revoking his acupuncture license, and approximately 3 years since his first citation from this board, the board issued petitioner a second citation, citation number 1A-2017-236, alleging that petitioner again violated Business and Professions Code section 4935, subsection A, subsection 1, by again engaging in or practicing acupuncture without a valid license. This second citation was based on a joint investigation conducted by this board and the San Francisco Department of Public Health, in which it was discovered that petitioner was still providing acupuncture at his same place of business. The San Francisco Department of Public Health reached a separate settlement with the petitioner based on petitioner's operation of a massage establishment without a valid permit. The terms of the settlement mandated that petitioner pay a fine, agree to permanently close his establishment, and not hold the business ownership in any management establishment for a period of 5 years thereafter. The board issued citation number 1A-2017-236, fined the petitioner $5,000, again ordered petitioner to cease and desist from violating Business and Professions Code sections 4935, subsections A, subparagraph 1, and subsection C by discontinuing the practice of acupuncture involving solicitation, evaluation, consultation, and the practice of acupuncture in the form of an abatement order. Petitioner was also required to change his outgoing message on his answering machine and remove any mention of acupuncture from any written dissemination. By February of 2018, the board received the $5,000 fine amount, and by March of 2018, the board received proof of petitioner's compliance with the abatement order.
Mr. Lynn, I'm going to have you slow down just a little bit.
On or about June or 15th of 2023, the petitioner filed this petition for a petition for penalty relief of reinstatement of his revoked license. I believe that accurately summarizes the matter as today's date. As this is a petition for reinstatement of his revoked license, it is petitioner's burden to demonstrate that he has been rehabilitated by clear and convincing evidence. Therefore, I have nothing further at this time, but I do reserve the right to cross-examine the petitioner or call him as a witness if he does not choose to testify before making my recommendation to this board.
All right, I will have you address the petition package, and if
course.
there's no objection to any of the documents, I think the best way to do this is just to have you identify each of the exhibits. And then, Ms. Sheridan, I'll ask you if you have any objection, and that's how we'll address it.
Very well, thank you.
So if the board panel members and Your Honor can turn to the exhibit index in each of your exhibit binders, it lists out 17 individual exhibits that are divided with numbered dividers within the exhibit binder itself. The first exhibit is the accusation, decision, and order in case number 1A-2009-187. Exhibit number 2 is the San Francisco Superior Court petition for writ of mandamus, case number CPF-13-512841. Exhibit number 3 is the citation and adherence, case number 1A-2017-236. Exhibit number 4 is the San Francisco Department of Public Health Massage Business Settlement Agreement and his certificates. Exhibit number 5 is the citation and adherence in case number 1A-2013-162. Exhibit 6 is the notice of today's hearing. Exhibit 7 is the petitioner's license of certification. Exhibit 8 is his petition for penalty relief that he has filed. Exhibit number 9 is evidence of his live scan. Exhibit 10 are 2 recommendation letters from fellow acupuncturists. Exhibit 11 contains several patient letters of recommendation and support of Mr. Fu. Exhibit 12 is a psychological evaluation report authored by Eddie Chu. Exhibit number 13 is a 2-page treatment letter summary by Mr. Fu's therapist, Mr. Dang. Exhibit number 14 is certifications of Mr. Fu's volunteer service hours. Exhibit 15 are Mr. Fu's financial donations. Exhibit 16 is Mr. Fu's community work service. And exhibit number 17 is a request for a protective order that was submitted by both parties.
And just to identify for the record, which documents are included in the protective order?
Of course. I believe the protective order includes exhibits 12 and 13, given their sensitive nature and the background contained therein. Just as a side note, I did redact certain exhibits other than 12 and 13 that contain personal information, and those are blacked out in everyone's binders as well.
All right, so protective order will be issued for exhibits 12 and 13. Ms. Sheridan, do you have any objections to exhibits 1 through 17?
No, Your Honor, I have no objection. I do join in the request for the protective order. And in addition to these exhibits that are in the binder, we have 3 numbered exhibits as well that we've brought today, 18, 19, and 20. I have copies here.
So once I address 1 through 17 and then you present Mr. Fu's case, we could address those.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, exhibits 1 through 17 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Mr. Lent?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sheridan, it's now your opportunity to present Mr. Fu's case. Do you wish to give any opening remarks?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Acupuncture Board, Judge Larson. We are very pleased to be appearing today in support of Mr. Fu's request for reinstatement of his acupuncture license. The evidence in this case will show that Mr. Fu is a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine whose life work has been to alleviate pain and reduce chronic conditions for his patients. Since he was a child, Mr. Fu has felt a conviction to help people. He has continued to provide services through massage during the term of his license revocation. But acupuncture is a unique and powerful tool, and he is remiss that he cannot provide these services now to people in need. Mr. Fu is a man of integrity and honesty. He cannot and will not lie simply to get his license back. He testified truthfully at his hearing some 12 years ago now. And he's here today to answer any questions and to present evidence about what he's been doing since then. His actions over the past 12 years demonstrate his character. He has continued his education in acupuncture. We have Exhibit 18, which shows that. He has given freely of his time, both as a volunteer in the community, as well as providing pro bono services of massage to those who cannot afford to pay for these services. He's become an active member of a Buddhist temple and has turned inward and reflected on what has occurred in his professional life, as well as on the accusation here. And he is committed to providing relief for the public in a manner that is safe. And I think that you will agree at the end of this hearing with the materials provided that reinstatement of his license can be done in a manner that is consistent with public protection. We understand that that is the purpose of these hearings, and we're here today to address any concerns that you may have in that regard. So I thank you for your time, and with the court's blessing, I will present Mr. Fu's testimony.
So let's go ahead and we're going to switch our interpreters. Ms. Sheridan, if you would please address the 3 additional exhibits at this time.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I have made copies of Exhibits 18, 19, and 20. Exhibit 18 is proof of educational coursework completed of 100 hours. Exhibit 19 are additional letters documenting pro bono work he has done recently in providing massage services, specifically pro bono. And then Exhibit 20 documents his membership in his temple, and there's also a photograph of him at the temple.
Right, any
If I may-
objection, Mr. Lent?
No objection, Your Honor. Just, I want the record to reflect that I didn't receive these exhibits until moments before the hearing began this morning. I did have time to review them, and I do not have an objection.
Right, exhibits 18, 19, and 20 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I enter the well? and
Please
distribute?
do.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I have them. Yes, thank you. And Ms. Sheridan, if you would like to call your first witness.
Yes, we call Mr. Yu Tai Fu.
Right, Mr. Fu, the first thing I need to do is swear you in. If you would please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name.
的名字还有拼出来。
YUTAIFU
YUTAI FU.
All right, Ms. Sheridan, you're just going to need to remember that you'll need to pause to make sure the interpretation has completely finished, and that Mr. Fu then has an opportunity to answer, and our interpreter then will interpret it to English. So just take things slowly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Fu.
福先生，
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Actually, I'll need to hear the
Yes,
interpreter.
good morning.
Oh. How are you feeling today?
今天觉得怎么样 ？Fine.
Okay. I want to direct your attention first to the exhibits that we've just admitted.
孩的这个放进去的这个账簿，看看
The educational work that you have done.
这个
Why did you do that educational work?
为什么你做这个数据的教育的课程？
我就是想要跟上这个医疗的步伐。
I just wanted to keep up with what's going on in the medical world.
All right, I'm going to need you to put that microphone closer to you. Let's make sure it's on.
It is on.
It's on.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm keeping up with what's going on in the medical world.
And since your license was revoked, how many hours of continuing education have you done?
被收了你的这个证件之后，你做了几个小时这个上课的课程？
这个上课有100个学分吧，100个小时。
100 hours, I believe.
Now, are you also working on a manual about acupuncture?
你是不是也写了这个针灸的这个手册？
我写的是我这个治疗骨伤方面的经验。
Yes, I was putting down my experience as an acupuncturist.
Um,
6万多字。
It's 60,000 plus words.
and is this based on your experience during the time that you were a licensed acupuncturist?
这个是基于你做这个针灸师的时候，这个经验是不是？
针灸师的时候那个经验，我总教了150多条这个经验。
Yes, I have over 150 some items of my experience included.
Why do you want to reinstate your acupuncture license?
为什么你要拿回你的这个证？
因为针灸有作用，相当于是一个手在做，我推拿是一个手，就是2个合起来效果就更好。
Yes, because it's like using both of my hands. One hand for acupuncture, the other one is for the 推拿, and then so it's like the two combined, it will make it a better combination.
After your license was revoked,
被拿走了你的这个证件
did you undergo therapy?
你有没有去上课做治疗？
我就没有了以后，我马上就去考按摩那个带上，
耐摩。
按摩就。
So right after that, I started with this massage license, education for the massage license.
Okay.
Objection, non-responsive to the question.
Overruled. Council can explain.
他问你的，听着。
什么？
听他说。
So I think that there might have been a misunderstanding in my question.
可能就是听不清楚，没听清楚，
Let me first ask you about your massage license.
那就问你的这个按摩的证件。
Why did you seek to obtain a massage license after your acupuncture license was revoked?
为什么你针灸的那个执照被拿走之后，你就要去拿这个按摩的？
因为很多的人要找我看病，我没有办法。
Because there are many patients, many people who would want me to take care of them.
And why was it important to have a massage license for that?
那为什么要拿一个按摩的执照？
我
是
按摩呢，
很重要
我动手我可以解决很多疼痛的问题啊。
Because massage can take care of many pain problems.
So you continued to treat your patients using massage and not acupuncture.
那你就继续照顾你的病人，就不是用这个针灸，而是用这个按摩。
他这个只能解决一部分病，Acupuncture 解决的病呢，你比如说心肝脾肺肾，就是这个病解决用针灸有效果。
So there are some problems that can be taken care of by acupuncture, like your inner organs and that kind of situation.
When your license was revoked, did you continue to practice acupuncture?
被拿走之后，你有没有继续做这个针灸？
我听了这个执照以后，我可以保证我没有动过一次针。有些说法是误会。
Well, I can say that after my license had been revoked, I never used acupuncture.
Did you work in connection with another acupuncturist after your license was revoked?
那他拿走你的这个执照之后，你有没有跟另外一个针灸师去行业？
有。
Yes, I did.
At the time that you did that, did you understand that revocation prohibited you from working alongside of another licensed acupuncturist?
那当时你知道不知道你是不允许可以跟你另外一个这个针灸师去行业？行业
我不知道。
I didn't know.
And there was a citation in about that?
然后你也被拿到罚单有关。
有。
Yes.
I want to turn now to the mental health therapy that you underwent after your license was revoked.
那你的执照被拿走之后，他要讲的就是你的这个精神方面的你的这个情况。
因为这是一个完全是一个误会。
It's a total misunderstanding.
你硬要说我会讲英文，我给这个女的就没有讲过英文，我不会讲，怎么说那么多英文的话，是吧？再一个，这个女的她当时感冒吃了那个安眠药啊，她似睡非睡，她说那个话可不可信？
Yeah, because of my lack of English communication ability, and at that time, that woman patient, she had taken a lot of
Objection, non-responsive to the question.
Please let her finish. Please finish the answer.
法官说我要继续。
I need to hear what he's told you, please.
And she had taken some sleeping pills, and it's like she's half sleeping, half awake kind of condition.
Renew my objection as well as arguing the fact that petitioner is attempting to relitigate the facts established in an accusation and decision in order in this case.
Overruled. Next question.
就继续问，
Do you remember meeting with Ronald Dang, a therapist?
你记不记得跟 Ronald 姓邓的 Ronald 邓，做这个跟他见面？
那个邓啊，我
姓
去
邓
我去让他帮我治疗。
Yes, he was the one who helped with me.
Right. Do you remember, what did that help you with?
他帮你什么？
他帮我就是给我谈呐、要往前边看，不要过去的事情不要再想太多。
So he was helping me with my, I was told that I should focus on what's ahead of me and forget about what happened in the past.
When you went to see Mr. Dang, how were you feeling about the fact that your license had been revoked?
你觉得你被拿走你的这个执照，你有什么感觉？
我感觉我就是心里边儿觉得就是可以说有点冤枉吧。
I could say that what I felt was that I was so wronged about that matter.
And did it help you to engage with a therapist about that?
那所以你就跟那个医师，你觉得对你有没有帮助
啊，对我有帮助。
？Yes, it was helpful for me.
Did you also undergo a psychological evaluation by Dr. Chu?
还有就是这个心理上的评估，就是跟这个姓朱的这位医师，你记得吗？
姓朱，姓赵。
Chu. Oh, that's a Zhao. The last name is a Zhao.
Yeah. Do you remember going through psychological tests with the doctor?
那你就记得跟那位医师就是做这个心理上的评估。
对。
Yes, I did.
And were you honest when you talked to him about the answers to his questions?
那他问你问题的时候，你的回答是不是真实的
真实的。
？Yes, it was everything but
In your petition, you put forward evidence of volunteer work.
那你还有包括了你的这个自愿的工作，你这个申请的你自愿。
资源。
Yes, volunteer.
Why did you do the volunteer work?
为什么你做这些自愿的工作？
我就是想给这个领导还有政教局，这个法官呢，我是让他知道我是善事，我看病人想看病人，我是想做好事。
I just wanted to show my attitude that I was trying to help. I was doing something good to show to the judge as well as the board of acupuncture.
And how many hours do you think you have done of volunteer work?
你觉得你做了几个小时这样的
哦，很多，
？Many.
可以说加起来有上千个小时都不止，很多我说不清。
It's many, many hours, maybe even thousands of hours, but I can't remember clearly.
Recently, have you also been providing massage services free of charge to those who can't afford them?
最近你是不是就是付不起钱这个医疗费的，你就免费的给人按摩，是不是？
我一直以来就很多，没有钱的，我根本我一看，这个很穷，我不会要钱。
Yes, the whole time, I would say from the very beginning, and anybody who could not afford the medical bills, I would do that for free.
Why do you do that?
为什么这样做？
因为你这个做医生要看病人，不是经营，不是钱，是在积德行善。
Because as a medical doctor, the most important thing is not just money. It's not a business. The important thing is you do your good deeds and try your very best.
Is there anything else that you want the board to know about you and the changes you've made over the last 10 years?
那你还有什么你想说的有关你过去10年，就是对这个 正就局你想说的有什么你要说的？
我要说吧，就是说，不管怎么样都过去了，啊，你该罚我也认了。
I just would like to say that whatever happened in the past, it's already in the past. It's all gone. And I also paid my fines.
我不想纠缠过去的事情，对不起那位老师。
I really do not want to dwell on what happened in the past. And I'm so sorry that Mr.
我只是想向后看，我要做一个对这个社会有用的人。
I just would like to be a contributing member of the society.
另外，我现在就很多人找我呢，有几千人都找我。
And there were thousands of people who tried to seek my help.
我觉得我要是能帮他们更多，再一个我也不断的总结经验，我一直想创新。对
I
这个
just feel that I should try my very best to help as many of them as possible using my past experience.
实在对不起，我刚才那位老师，我不是提过去我就有意见，不是这个，我没有这个意见，我会把这个事情都放下了。我不管怎么样，说也好，错也好，对，我都认罚了，就算了。我又不是。
I just would like to apologize to that sir that in the past, let's put that aside. I've also paid my penalties, and I just would like to focus on what might happen in the future.
And what role does your religious practice play in your life now?
那你的信仰，宗教信仰对你以后的生活有什么影响？什么看法？
我信仰这个，我就是我要做到一生要行善到底，我不能半途而废，我要行善，我要给大家看我是行善的。
Well, my religious belief teaches me that I should always do good deeds and help as many people as possible, and I should not stop in the middle or in the middle of the way.
I don't have any further questions.
我没有问题了。
Mr. Lent, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
And just remember, you have to pause,
那要
let
停下来
our
让
interpreter.
你
I will do my best, Your Honor. I appreciate,
I will remind you if you forget.
I do appreciate that as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
会尽量的
Good morning, Mr. Fu.
找福先生。
Your license was revoked December of 2012. You filed your petition for reinstatement in June of 2023, about 10 and a half years later. Is that accurate?
那你的这个执照被充公的是2012年的12月，然后呢，你过了10年多，你就等到2023年6月的时候，你再申请要拿回你的执照，是不是？
是。
Yes.
I'd like to talk about your continuing education, both in your petition, which is included in the exhibit binder as exhibit number 8, as well as testifying here today.
8项的，我们刚才的，我就是想问你有关第8项的这个。
You've expressed the notion of keeping up to date in the academic field.
那你就说你的这学问方面要保持。
And both in your petition and your testimony today, you have indicated and testified that you've taken approximately 100 units of continuing education.
学分
Is that correct?
你就说你100个学分的这个上学的这个受教育的，是不是 ？Yes.
And for evidence of that, you submitted Exhibit 18 this morning. Is that correct?
那你今天早上就有第18的这份证据，是不是？Yes.
Is there a particular reason why you did not choose to include these certificates of your completion of 100 hours of continuing education coursework with your petition in 2023 when you filed it?
那有什么理由你就是在2023年的时候，你没有包括你的这个继续教育的100个学分的在里边？
哦，是最近是因为那个COVID-19。
Oh, because most recently, because of the pandemic, COVID-19.
Looking at exhibit number 18,
那看着这个第18个展示物，
you've included approximately 11 certificates within that packet, and I'd like to discuss that packet with you at this time.
在里边有11份这个执照，
The first 3 pages
3页
demonstrate 25 hours of continuing education
25
that occurred between December 12th of 2016 and December 13th of 2016.
16年
Is that accurate?
就是有3份，是不是在这个时期？这个日期都写了，就第3章，头3章，就在2016年的时间，你拿到的是不是？
对，
Yes, yes.
Looking at the first 2 pages,
Oh,
the
yeah.
first certificate is for 10 hours of continuing education
Oh,
on
is it?
December 12th of 2016. The second certificate is for an additional 10 hours of continuing education on December 12th, 2016. Can you please elaborate and explain to the board members
就是
how you completed 20 hours of continuing education in a single day?
就是你怎么样可以同样20个学分头2页的，这同一个日期完成的？
这就是我不知道是那个都是你进去一块儿在学习嘛。
Because I attended the lessons at the same time, the same period of time.
So it's your testimony today that you completed 20 hours of continuing education in a single day?
同一天你就完成了20个学分的这个上课的这个内容。
是的。
Yes,
Looking at the following 3 pages,
跟着的
It
3页，跟着的
demonstrates that on or about May 27th of 2018 through
5月
May 29th of 2018, you completed 25 hours of continuing
学
education.
分也
Is that
有
accurate?
2个，也是同样的这个5月这个，也是
他
同样的。
这个导这个可能是就是他们导错时间了。我其实就是应该扔，可能是他们打印的问题。
Maybe it's some problem with the printing. I can't really remember very clearly the date about the dates.
If you want to take a moment and look at those 3 pages, I believe
你看
the
这
date
3
of
页
completion of each certificate is
就是
located
每
in the
个都
center
是
of each
第三的
certificate
就
that
是
you
每
provided us today.
完成的课程都是同一个日期的，你看看是不是？
这个可能是这个27号，
This is like on the 20 something，是这个5月的这个往下的
27号
3页。So it's
29
May 20 something.
29、28。
The 27th through the 29th, sir.
就是that's May the 22nd, May the 29th, and May the 28th. Are you talking about those?
Yes.
一
Yes.
天一个。
So it's 1 day, 1 certificate.
Is there a reason why these 3 certificates and these 3 dates were completed in China?
有什么理由？为什么这刚才的5月份的都是在中国完成的？
他们跟中国的人一起是在 在中国的上课。
Yes, these are lessons in China.
Is there a reason why
为什么？
there is approximately a 1.5 to 2 year gap between your certificates from December of 2016 and these certificates we are discussing right now from May of 2018?
那为什么就是这段时间，你就是有这个好几年之间的，就是有2016年到2018年的这个时期？
这个就是去中国听课，因为他要找那个中国当地的老师来讲。
Because I attended those lessons in China, they were offered in China, and they were getting local teachers to teach those classes.
I'll repeat my last question. Is there a reason why there is a gap of approximately 1.5 to 2 years
1-2
between these certificates?
到2年之间的这个隔那么远的1年半到2年之间。
这个是他们这个公司啊，他们组织的，我就是他们自己组织的，我也不知道他们为什么。
Well, I don't really know why, but those were organized by that company.
Looking at the last set of certificates that you've provided in exhibit number
一份
20, or sorry, exhibit 18,
在这个
it appears that you've provided
都好像是
the last 5
最后
pages of that exhibit
对对
for continuing education that occurred between January 14th of 2020 and January 18th of 2020, encompassing 10 hours each day for a total of 50 hours in January of 2020. Is that accurate?
那这就是你从2014年的1月14号
对，
开始，最后一份就是2020年的8月，就是这个就一共是有50个学分，是不是？
是
Yes.
So I'm going to repeat the last 2 questions I asked you, but
我刚才
that'll be in
问了
reference to
2 个
these
是
certificates.
问
My
的
first
问题。
question
第一个问
is
题是
why were these conducted in China?
为什么要在中国上的？
因为中国的他们是中医比较传统，
Because those were taught by traditional Chinese medical experts.
And my second question is, why is there again another 1.5 to 2 year gap between your last certificates in May of 2018 and these certificates in January of 2020?
那他要问的为什么就是要1年半到2年之间的分别，就是2018年的5月到2020年的1月，为什么要1年半之间，差不多2年的这个中间隔那么长时间？
这是他们的公司组织的，我参加，我不知道他为什么。
Well, those were organized by that company, and whatever they organized, and I took the classes, I really do not know why.
All of your certificates essentially have the same provider name, Prime Herbs Corporation. Is that
就
the
是 Prime
sole and only
这个统一的
continuing
公司
education
的就是
organization that you take your continuing education from?
你的所谓这个继续教育，就是从这个公司
对，
啊 ，Yes，
Why?
为什么？
因为我就是以前就是买东西啊，弄什么都是从他那儿进货。
Because in the past, it's my practice to get to purchase items from them.
You are referring to acupuncture merchandise?
你说的是你针灸的这个医疗
对，
义务
Yes.
，correct？
Since your license was revoked in December of 2012, how many continuing education courses or units have you completed in the area of boundary violations with patients?
那就是从2012年12月的时候开始，你的这个你 开始的这个拿到的学分，是有什么跟你的这个病人之间的有什么限制？
这个就主要是我学习，我增加我自己的知识。
I just wanted to increase my knowledge in the field.
I take that as a no. Is that accurate?
就是等于是就否定了他说的。What？
Mr. Lin, if you could restate the question, and maybe just
在问
in
他的问题。
whether or not he's completed any courses in boundary violations.
Have you completed any coursework in the area of boundary violations with patients?
那你有没有上课？就是你跟你病人之间的这个限制有什么内容是这方面的课程？你有没有？为什么没有？
这个主要是个学习，武装头脑，并不是用到治疗上去，还没有遇到这个治疗的事儿，主要是学习到新的东西。
Well, I just wanted to pick up some new knowledge, and they have nothing to do with any boundaries with patients.
How many courses or units did you complete in the area of sexual misconduct with patients?
那你学了几个学分有关这个跟病人之间的这个性骚扰方面的？哪个是有这方面的这个性骚扰的对病人？
这个跟那个没有关系。
Well, none of these courses have anything to do with any boundaries, sexual boundaries.
How many courses or units did you complete in the area of inappropriately touching patients?
那有关你不可以碰，不适当的去碰你病人的这个课程，你有几个学分？
没有不碰病人，这个全是都不碰病人的。
Well, none of these would have anything to do with touching patients.
And how many units or courses have you completed in the area of general professionalism for acupuncturists?
那还有的就是职业性方面的一般的针灸，就是碰病人的这个学分，有没有这一方面的学分
没有。
？No.
You testified on direct examination that you're working on an acupuncture manual that contains approximately 60,000 words and 150 items based on your experiences as an acupuncturist. Is that correct?
那你又说过，你写这个什么手册指南，就是6万个字，还有就是150项，这个是不是？
对。
Yes.
Do any of the items in your manual pertain to patient boundaries?
那有什么内容是有关这个跟病人之间的限制？你跟他们之间的这个划线？
我这个写这些东西都是我治疗病人的这个经验，是怎么样才能治好这个病人。
Now, what I wrote in that manual was about how to heal my patients, how to better take care of their needs.
And did any of those items contain any reference to patient boundaries?
那内容有什么提到这个跟病人之间的限制？
这个全部都是一个治疗问题，根本跟那个给病人应该怎么接触就是怎么接触
They were all about how to better take care of them.
Did any of the items in your manual include inappropriate touching of patients or chaperoning of patients while treating them?
那你的这个写的这个内容里边有没有提到怎么样不要碰他们，不应该碰他们，或者是摸他们的不适当的行为，有没有这样的内容？
那个就不用说，那个一定要注意的问题，不是写出来，那就根本不可以的。
Well, that's not something that would be written out. It's like in our profession, that's what we should know already.
Thank you. Turning to exhibit number 15, which evidences
15
your donations that you included in your petition today.
这个
I'd like to ask you some questions in reference to that exhibit, or those exhibits, rather, that exhibit, rather.
他说15的
That's exhibit 15, exhibit 15.
15的是不是？你看，
In the 10 and a half years since your license has been revoked, in your petition, as evidenced in Exhibit 15, you've claimed to have donated a total of $200
那你赚了
in
200
October of
块
2020. And then 3 months later, in January of
3个月之后
2021, you donated $100 to the same organization
赚了
for
100
the elderly. Is that accurate?
是这个正确吗
正确。
？Yes, it's correct.
Why did you feel it was necessary to include these isolated $300 donations in 2020 and early 2021 to an elderly organization in your petition today?
那为什么你今天你觉得你要包括这个300块的捐款，就给这个老人的这个机构？
因为我觉得我只要我能多出来的，我要想帮助更多需要的人嘛。
Because I felt that with whatever I could afford or whatever I had left, I should donate that to help the elderly people or more patients.
How does this donation demonstrate to the board evidence of either your rehabilitation or your ability to safely and competently practice acupuncture on patients?
那这些捐款跟你的这个做这个针灸的有什么关联？你觉得对他们有什么贡献？
这个是我就是这给了捐的钱不多，是表示我个心意。
Well, that's just showing how I felt in my heart.
Why did you choose this particular organization for the elderly and not an organization to help victims of, say, sexual crimes, sex trafficking, a women's shelter, or a similar organization more relevant to your disciplinary conduct in this matter?
为什么你要找这个专给老人的这个机构，而不是给这个受性侵犯的受害者啊，或者是这个妇女什么的，这个他们受到这个性骚扰的这个？
这个我觉得跟那个没有关系。这个我做事情，我觉着问心无愧，我就是想帮助人，没有什么区别。
I just wanted to help out with whoever needed in the society. It would have nothing to do with like whether it's or whatever group it was.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss your volunteer service.
那还有
You
这个
testified about your volunteer service, and you included
这个
exhibit number 14
14的这个
regarding your volunteer service, and I'd like to ask you some questions in
这个
reference
有
to that
些问
now.
题有关。你14的这个，你看看他要问什么？
All right, we're going to go ahead and switch interpreters. All right, Mr. Lunt, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. In
Okay,
The-
and so our court reporter is telling me that she needs a bit of a break. So we're gonna, since you're in between areas, we're gonna take just, if it's all right with our board president, if we could just take a 10-minute break to give our court reporter a break as well. All right, we are off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, all of our board members are back. We're going to go on the record in just a moment. Is everyone ready? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Back on the record. All right, we're back on the record after our break, and I want to remind you, Mr. Fu, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, I also just want to alert council, the board has additional agenda items. We need to wrap this up by noon so that the board can take a lunch break and go into closed session to deliberate so they have time to address their other agenda items. So please be mindful of the time as you are doing your questioning. And just to remember, the board has the benefit of the petition package. So to the extent that you don't need to repeat what is in there, I understand you're doing some clarifying questions, but just be mindful of the time constraints. All right, continued cross-examination, Mr. Lent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Referring to Exhibit 14, your volunteer service. In your packet, as evidenced in Exhibit 14, you included letters from an athletic organization dated from 2013 through 2022 representing your volunteer work. These indicate averages of approximately 22 hours of volunteer work with that specific organization between 2013 and 2022. Is that accurate?
看一下这些信啊，这是从2022年好几个，你给这个公司去做一些免费的服务。OK， 他说差不多22个小时，从这个时间这对吗？
对。
That's correct.
You need to remember to please speak in the microphone, make sure it's on.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And yet you testified today that you estimated you completed thousands of hours of volunteer work. Can you please reconcile those two things?
刚才你作证了说你做了1000个小时的这种免疫工作，把这几个加起来才22几个小时，这两个有区别，你可以解释一下为什么这么区别呢？
这是有证据的，其他没有证据的，我去人家家里看病啊，帮他按摩呀，和我去吃饭的时候，我帮着大师傅做一做，都是免费的。
Okay.
这个就无法计算。
Okay. So the overall hours are a lot more than what I provided as evidence in Exhibit 14. For example, if I go to certain places, go to restaurant and eat, and then the chef says, some pain on my shoulder, I do a free, volunteer work as well. So those are not documented. These are documented. So that's the difference. I did a lot more undocumented volunteer work as well.
Had you volunteered with this organization prior to your license revocation?
你给这个部门做免疫的时候，当时你的执照已经被吊销了，对吗？Yes, correct.
And on average, did you roughly complete the same amount of hours each year prior to your revocation?
你执照已经被吊销以后，你每年之后大致都是做这么多个小时的免疫吗？每年大致都是这么？
都是这样。
Yes, about the same.
So would it be fair to say that whether your acupuncture license was revoked or not, it would have no impact in your volunteering with this organization?
你认为就是说，根据你的那个执照吊销还是没吊销，你这种免疫工你是继续做的，没有关系的吗？对吗？
是。
That's correct.
Okay. Turning to your community service, as evidenced in Exhibit 16.
这里社区的服务。
You provided 2 certificates regarding community service as part of your petition, both from September of 2012. However, your license was not revoked until December of 2012, but the decision was published November of 2012. Why did you include 2 certificates that predate your revocation of your license?
你在你社区这个服务里头，你有2个信说你在2012年在你的执照吊销之前的服务，你为什么包括在执照吊之前的服务呢？
我就一直不断的，从来我就是一直为很多人服务的。
I have always provided this kind of services for others.
I'd like to discuss your employment.
跟那个讲一下你的工作的问题。
In your petition, as evidenced in Exhibit 8, page Bates number AGO 83 of Exhibit 8, you provided your employment history on the right side of that column. Is that accurate?
你在这一页里头，你说你这是在这工作的时间和地点，这个对不对？
都对。
That's correct.
In that section, you stated that you were self-employed as an acupuncturist until December 14th of 2012, one day prior to the effective decision of your revocation. Is that accurate?
你在这里说，就是说你在你的执照被吊销头一天之前，你现在是自己为自己做了一个针灸师，对吗？What?
If you turn to page AGO 83 of Exhibit 8, you indicate under employment history that between December 14th of 2012 and March 1st of 2002, you were an acupuncturist.
你在这个里头，你提供你说3月1号2002年一直到12月14号2012年，你一直是一个针灸师，对吗？
我不是针灸师，是我请人在这儿做的。
No, I wasn't the acupuncturist. I hired somebody to do that.
Mr. Lin, I think the records speak for themselves. The board is aware when he was licensed. So if you could just focus your questions on things that the board would want to consider as it relates to rehabilitation, I think that's going to be most helpful.
注意到这些会员要考虑的一些问题，不用好像是。
这个是啊，这个时间是我在针灸师。
Right, go ahead.
So the last item, we just talked about the March 1st. He pointed out the March 1st, 2002 through December 14th, 2012. That's correct, as an acupuncturist.
Thank you. I'd like to now turn to your therapist letter, which is evidenced in his Exhibit 13 from Mr. Ding.
看一下，就是其他的是不是给你写的信？
As part of your petition, you included this 2-page letter from a psychotherapist dated June 5th of 2023.
在你申请恢复你license 时候，你包括的这个信是6月。
On the top of the page, it indicates telehealth only, 3 lines down from Mr. Dang's name and his title. May I inquire, did you meet with this individual virtually through a computer, or did you meet with him in person?
在这个信上，这块写是 telemedicine only，就是在网站上的，不是亲自去看人的。这个信上写着 只是在视频上看这个咨询师的。你有没有跟他亲自见面，还是一直在网上做？
都亲自见过面。
Yeah, I have seen.
这是谁写的？
Who wrote this letter?
From his
Well,
therapist.
Mr. Fu, you can't ask the attorney questions. Do you recognize this document, this letter?
你不可以问律师问题，你能不能记不住记这个信？看没看过这个信？
这个他问什么问题吧，就是
Okay, what kind of questions do you have?
No, I had a question. Does Mr. Fu, do you recognize this letter? Do you recognize the letter?
法官问你 记不记得看过这个信
我这个看过，都看过。
？Yes, I've seen it.
You've seen the letter. Is this written by the person who was your therapist?
这个是你的咨询师给你写的信吗？咨询师？
这个不是，应该是一个病。
No, I think this is a patient.
Did you see a therapist, Mr. Fu?
傅先生，你有没有看一个？
是姓邓吧？
I think this last name is Deng.
邓是心理医生，
什么？
心理医生啊，
就是咨询师对吗？
心理治疗师。
Yes, this is the therapist. Yes.
Okay, and so Mr. Len's question, did you see your therapist in person or on the computer?
这位先生问你的问题是说，你跟这个咨询师谈话的时候，在视频上谈话呢，还是亲自对面谈话？
我亲自去他那儿6次。
I went to see her in person 6 times.
Right. Next question, Mr. Lin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate your assistance in that. And you just stated you saw her 6 times. Was that in 2016, or are you accumulating all of the time that you've seen that therapist?
你说你亲自去看这个人6次，这6次都是2016年的，还是说一共加起来都6次？
一共加起来6次。
嗯
后来我又要找他写信的时候，就是在电话上跟我谈。
Okay, so I've seen her in person 6 times, and then later on, I asked for a letter. That's when I had a phone conversation with her.
有4次，
哦
有4次最少。
4 times at least.
So the question was that in 2016?
你这几次全都是在2016年吗？还是一直20年、16年也有？
后来也有啊，一直到好像是在去年都还有吧。
Up to earlier last year, throughout.
When was the last time that you saw your therapist?
你最后一次看他是哪天？
我估计就是在去年的年初，记不太清楚，但是去年
Okay,
最后吧。
okay. The last time, I don't know the exact date. I believe it's earlier last year.
Mr. Lin, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The letter states that when you initially saw your therapist in early of 2016, you reported having, quote, unhealthy coping strategies such as isolation and gambling. Did you ever attend a Gamblers Anonymous or meet with a gambling counselor or any gambling support group?
你在看他的时候，一开始在2016年看他的时候，你跟他讲，你说你有应付现在这个状况的时候有点困难，而且呢，你有赌博的这个习惯，并且还有自己孤独的那种问题，你有没有参加一些帮助你解决你赌博，就是不让你上瘾的这种？
他一谈这个，我就再也没有去。
After I've discussed it with a therapist, I have never gone back to gambling again.
What prompted you to seek therapy in February of 2016?
你为什么在2月2016年开始去看这个咨询师？
因为我想证明我没有毛病。
I want to prove that I didn't have any mental issues.
Proof to whom?
证明给谁证明呢？
证明我将来我要申请时候给政教局有个证明啊。
To prove later on when I try to petition the reinstatement of my license to show, the board that I didn't have any issues.
So just so I'm clear, your intention to seek therapy in 2016 was to appease the board?
你的意思是说，在2016年去看咨询师的时候呢，你是想为这个去证明，对吗？
是为了我申请书证明。
Yes, when I'm trying to petition the reinstatement, yes, I want to provide proof.
And later in November of 2020, you saw your therapist again, is that correct?
然后在11月2020年的时候，你又开始看这个咨询师，对吗？
对，很早。
在 November 11月2020年又去看这个咨询师，对吗？
又去看，就是我还想再申请。
Yes, I went back and because I want to continue petition again.
So just so I'm clear, you went back to the therapist for the same reason.
你后来又去看这个咨询师，是同样的目的，是想That's correct.
And you attended approximately 4 sessions. Is that correct?
你在那个时候又看了4次，对吗？
对，应该有。
Should be, yes.
Did you provide your therapist a copy of the decision and order or accusation in this matter?
你去看你这个咨询师的时候，你有没有把你就是他们决定的这个给你吊销你执政的这个他们的决定那个纸有没有给他看？
全部看。
给他看。
对。
Yes, she's seen all of the documents.
Did the therapist ever discuss with you the nature and impact of your denial pertaining to the factual and legal findings of that hearing?
Objection relevance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
Relevance.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
他问你，他说这个你把这些证据都给他看了，然后他有没有跟你讲一下你这种行为有什么样的有什么样的结果，并且呢，你说你没有做，他有没有跟你谈这些方面的问题？
他说你应该努力改变自己，让他们看你是个什么人，是吧？改变，他不是说的太多，让我要改变自己啊。
She said she didn't say too much, and she said you need to try to change your behavior, change yourself to show that you have changed.
In the letter, your therapist wrote that you cannot provide any concrete proof to validate your words and that, excuse me, you believe the wrongs will be righted against you. Could you please elaborate as to who has been wronged in this matter?
你这个咨询师在他的报告里写了，说呢，你觉得好像他们误解了，好像说你被误判了，对不对？所以你可不可以解释一下？你觉得他们给你判错了，但是你怎么样会改正呢？你可以解释一下你的意思什么样？你跟他说的。
我说有一些事情纠缠不清，纠缠不清呢，我就用我的人格改变来证明我是一个对社会有用的人。
I told him that a lot of things it wasn't very clear. So I want to use my future behavior to show that my character is the good one, is right.
You testified on direct examination as far as your attitude and your mindset, and you stated what has happened in the past is in the past. I do not want to dwell on it. Did you make the same types of statements to your therapist?
你刚才他直接问你的时候，你的律师问你的时候呢，你表达了一些你的心态，你的头态，然后你说过去的事儿已经过去了，你不想再想了，你有没有把自己刚才讲的这些跟这个咨询师讲？
讲过。
Yes,
都讲。
yes, I have done all of that.
And is that why your therapist told you that you need to change your behavior?
就是因为你跟他讲了这些，所以你的咨询师告诉你应该改变你的行为，对吗？
对。
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to discuss your psychological evaluation as evidenced in Exhibit 12, please.
现在讲一下你的心理咨询师的报告。
What made you decide to seek a psychological evaluation in mid-2023 when you filed your petition?
你为什么去要做这个心理方面的咨询？在2023年，就是在你申请这个
主要就是证明我是一个什么样的人，到底有没有问题？我想给这个领导看嘛，就是。
I want to show the proof to the members of the board, what kind of person I am, and do I have any issues?
Why did you choose this specific individual to conduct your psychological evaluation?
你为什么选这个人作为你的心理咨询师，给你做心理评估？
因为听说他比较公正，水平高。
I heard he is good and he's fair.
How much did you pay him for your psychological evaluation?
你去做这个心理咨询，你付多少钱给他让他做？
记不清了，反正是有几千块钱吧，我记不太清楚。
I don't remember the exact dollar amount. I think a few $1,000s.
Did that include the evaluation and the report?
这个钱包括评估，然后写报告，对吗？
但是
Should be.
Are you also compensating him for his testimony here today?
他今天给你作证，你有没有付他钱，让他今天来作证？
应该都包括吧，应该是。
It should be all inclusive.
All inclusive of the few thousand?
你说是2000块钱把这个报告评估，然后今天作证全都包括了吗？
我还不太清楚，因为还没有算这个，最后是钱的问题。
I'm not too clear because I don't have a final bill. We haven't really, reconciled this is the final.
他是表示愿意帮我，最后怎么算还不知道。
He expressed he would like to help me, but how everything is going to be paid or billed, I don't know yet.
Just so I'm clear, your psychologist who performed your psychological evaluation, Dr. Eddie Chu, who will be testifying here today, is still in negotiations as to how he is to be paid for his services. Is that accurate?
你说这个意思，这个 ID Chu 他是一个心理学家，今天给你出来作证，你们最后还没有算要不要钱，对吗？
不知道，最后没谈这个，就是现在最主要是他帮我，现在没有最后谈这个事。
We have not discussed the compensation of this. I don't know. He expressed he want to help me.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I could clarify this on redirect as an offer of proof. I have been paying the expert from my trust account.
Well, you can't testify.
I understand.
So,
Doesn't.
so to the extent that this is an issue that Mr. Lent feels like he needs to address, he can address it with the doctor. I want to remind you, Mr. Lent, it's 11:15.
Yeah.
Council still has a physician and several witnesses to call. So if you would please focus your questions.
I am, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Thank you. For your psychological evaluation, under evaluation procedures, it lists several documents that were provided to your psychologist. It lists your transcript at the police station, a transcript of the hearing before the acupuncture, a report by the acupuncture board, by Consumer Affairs. Is there a reason why the entire Richmond Police investigation report was not provided to your psychologist?
在你这个心理学家给你做评估的时候，你给他提供了好多的文件 ，OK， 所以他清单上写了你给他提供什么样的文件，但是其中有一个警察的那个文件，警察那个报告没有在这里边，你可以解释一下为什么你那个一开始那个警察那个报告不在里边呢？没有告诉你心理学家呢？没给他看。
那个因为不成立，那个因为警察找我，就这个就不成立，就没有立案，就不是个问题，就这样。
So when the police first came talk to me, I believe that's not, they haven't have a case yet. They don't have a case.
I'll rephrase the question. Why is it that, according to your psychologist's evaluation report, he was only provided your statement to the police and not the entire police investigation report?
我再重新问一下，就是说，在你这个看这个心理学家的时候，那个警察那个报告， 他有一部分说你是说的，但是不是整个的报告。你为什么只给他你说的方面的事情，没有把整个报告给他？
这个我不记得是个什么事儿。
I don't remember that.
Under the same section, it does not indicate that either of your citations with this board or your settlement agreement with the San Francisco Health Department was included in the materials provided to your psychologist. Why is that?
在这个报告里说，你的提供的问题给他提供的信息呢，没有包括三藩市的那个城市里给你的传票、发票发你的。
哦，
然后为什么没有包括那些呢？
因为他也没有问那么多呀，我也不好意思说了太多。
He didn't ask those kind of questions, and I, didn't feel like, need to provide all of that. So I was answering what he's asking for.
Under the heading of that report, psychiatric and medical history, it's Exhibit 12, AGO page 138 for reference. It indicates that, according to your psychologist, in 2022, you started to prepare your appeal for the restoration of your license, that you experienced stress and went back to see Mr. Dang for an additional 6 times for anxiety. However, referring to Mr. Dang's letter, which is Exhibit 13, your therapist states you returned because you were concerned you could relapse into depression rather than anxiety. Can you please explain why there's this discrepancy between these two individuals and their diagnosis, if you can?
你在看心理学家的时候，OK，在2022年，你开始又想重新申请把你的执照取过来，然后呢，你跟你的心理学家说你在那个时候感觉有很多焦虑的问题，OK，然后你需要再去看你的那个咨询师，然后你又回去看他6次，但是你去看咨询师的时候，你跟咨询师说你有 depression，就是抑郁，不是焦虑，所以你现在解释一下，给2个医生讲，一个是焦虑，一个是抑郁，为什么有这种区别呢？
可能他们用词不当吧，我不觉得我，他们认为我并没有觉得我焦虑啊、抑郁啊。
Maybe the professional terms they use are different because when I talk to them, they didn't say that I have anxiety or depression.
In the psychological evaluation report, it states that, quote, Mr. Fu denied the accusation of any sexual misconduct in the treatment of his female patient, end quote. And it reiterates that same or similar sentiment throughout the psychological evaluation. As of today, do you still deny committing any type of sexual misconduct?
你在这个看咨询师看心理学家的时候呢，你说你没有犯这种性行为，OK 今天你也在讲了说你没有犯，你一直在说你没有做这种事情，是吗
没有。
？Yes, I didn't do it.
Is your position today that the acupuncture board was wrong to revoke your license?
你今天的地位是说，他这个委员会把你的执照给你取消了，是错误的决定吗？
我不能说他完全是错误。
I can't say they are all wrong.
What can you say?
那你可以说什么呢
我觉得有误会，就是这样。
？I believe there's some misunderstanding.
Given the time constraints, I will limit my cross-examination to those questions. But if I had more time, I would go more into depth as to the exhibits,
咱们
but
时间不够，我们
I'll rest with that as far as cross-examination.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open up questions to our board members, starting with our president to the left,
那让这些委员会开始问问题。
Mr. Fu,
Mr. Fu.
I have a question.
他给你
And continuing to my left, thank you.
Dr. Mateki.
Is this on? Okay. So one question I have is when you do those continuing education course, at the time, is there any of those kinds of courses being available, offered, like, for patients care in regarding boundaries or how you practice ethically, different ways. I just want to know if there's those courses available.
你去上课的时候，你那些继续教育那些上课，你上课的时候那个提供这些课的那个地方，有没有教一些怎么样去管理你这个 practice，怎么样去跟病人有一样的 boundary，有一样的界限，有没有这种课？
也有提到这个问题，也有这个内容。
There are some content regarding that.
But have you take it and because so far the certificate was provided is not provided related to this type of the topic. Thank you.
就说有这种课，还是说其他的课里边有这种内容？
有这个内容，
不是这种课，对吗？
不是专门这种课，但都会提到，每次上课都会提到这些东西。
It wasn't a specific class for boundaries or principles or practice. However, throughout the different classes I took, there are content regarding that area. So they have talked about that during other classes. There isn't a specific class for these.
Well, I just wanted to see those certificates provided, most is for the medical skills, and there's a non-reflect that on the certificate. Thank you.
因为你上完那些课的话，他给你那些上完课的完成的那个证明书，证明书只是说你医疗方面学了什么东西，但是没有说这方面有任何内容，所以看那个你看不出来。
哦，我还可以再继续学习这些东西。
I can continue to get educated in that area, take classes in that area.
Thank you. No further questions.
And if I could just also remind you, before you ask your question, if you could just state your name, that is our court reporter. Thank you.
问题之前要把他的名字说。
Thank you.
Mr. Kim, any questions for Mr.
Yeah, this is Hyun Kim. It looks like you've been through a lot since you were accused and cited. They gave you a citation. I want to ask you if, from all these years of experience, what would you say to your students if supposedly they are in the same situation like it happened to you?
说根据你这些年这些事情 ，OK， 如果你教一个课教学生，然后这个学生犯了同样的问题，那你怎么跟他们讲？你要怎么教他们？怎么说？
说什么样的问题
？What kind of things you talking about?
If they were in the same situation like it happened in 2009, what would you teach your students in their circumstances?
就说2029年发生的那个事情 ，OK，如果你教学生，你应该怎么教他们？什么样是正确的做法？
哦，那个就是如果看病的时候，尽量有护士看，特别是女的。
If you see a patient, you want, especially a women patient, you want a nurse to be present.
That's all.
只有那个吗？
还要这个，你比如说针灸的地方，要征求病人意见。
For example, other than that location of the acupuncture location, we will ask permission or recommendation from the patient.
You mentioned that there is still a misunderstanding of the board's decision on your case. What would you explain or rather teach out of your case to your students?
你刚才说这个
How would you explain those misunderstanding to your student?
你刚才说这个委员会做决定的时候，在那个时候他们有点儿误解，OK？如果你要解释给你学生的话，你怎么样的解释？
我就说我有不当的地方
嗯哼。
我这个我这个就是政协委员给我处分我都处处都应该纠正。
I would say that I have certain improper activities, behavior, and then I would correct them, make corrections in the future.
我不能埋怨谁。
I'm not going to blame anyone.
My question was, what if you were in the same situation and what would you do or would you tell your students to do? Same situation.
Interpreter need to clarify, you're saying him in the same situation again and how he will explain to the student? Okay. 就说如果你又促进到2009年那个促进了，然后你要解释给你的学生解释，那你怎么解释呢？
又遇到这种情况，
如果你还是在那个事情，假设你又遇到那个情况，你怎么解释？给你学生怎么解释？
我保证我不会再去遇到这种事情，我不注意，我要处处注意了。我对每个病人，包括特别是女病人，我要一定要掌握好分寸。
I promise myself I will never be in that situation again, especially I will pay attention to every patient, every behavior, especially women patient, so I never be in that same position again.
Right, to my right, if you could just state your name before your question.
You can
Yes, good morning. My name is Ruben Osorio, board member. Yes, I have a question for Mr. Fu. I see that you have plenty of hours updating yourself in different branches, but I didn't see any or enough of hours that you have to respect on the offense of being accused. And that is one of the reasons why it was not that important to you.
So I just want to remind our board members, you're limited to only questions. So
Okay.
you could just focus on a question and
Okay.
then that might be, you can answer that question.
Okay. The other question I have is the accuser, what would the accuser's motive you think it was to accuse you?
就说你当时出事的时候，这个女病人声称你做的这些事儿，她有什么原因要这么做呢？
我感觉一个是这个人呢，以前来看我的时候，我就叫他老自己给自己讲话，另外一个他那天吃感冒药似睡非睡，他也说是他做个什么梦，这谁我弄得我就不太清楚。
Okay. So I've seen these patients before that incident, and I felt like doing some previous visits, she kind of talking to herself at times. And also that day, she took some cold medication and make her kind of sleepy. So, and she was talking about some kind of dreams. So I wasn't sure exactly. Yeah, that's what I observed.
Okay. If I could ask Mr. Fu, in your own words, if he can speak his own and tell me or tell us why in himself, not through the translator, Why?
He has to speak through his translator.
Oh,
He's
okay.
requested a translator, so everything
Okay.
must go through the translator.
Okay, all right. Well, for now, that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lee? You okay?
台湾有问题。
Dr. Chen?
Okay. My name is Yongping Chen. I'm board member, vice president. So, all the material, I saw you have education and more focus on the academic part, but I agree you're like how to learn more of ethics, practice ethical laws and regulations. So what's your plan to learn more about the laws and regulations and practice ethics? What is your plan if you get a chance to reinstate your license?
他说他看你受过很多的拿了很多课，继续受教育，OK。然后呢，他就是说，如果你这个执照被恢复了，那你有什么样的计划去更明白、更学习法律方面的和规格方面的
我严格按照证就法规一条一条的翻译出来，来对照，严格执行。
I'm going to translate every rule regarding acupuncture practice and then translate it in Chinese so I can study it and then follow every rule.
Okay, so I saw your material. You, I think you learn. You stated that you learn some the rules, laws, regulations. As you have learned some from this case, and so you are going to learn even more, right? And how do you share your that experience with others? What do you like to share with other professionals to help them prevent something happen again?
就说呢，你看你提供的证据呢，你已经学习了很多，其中包括一些法律方面的和规格方面的。如果你有什么样的计划，继续教育你其他的同事，就是在这方面的同事，所以遵守这些条款，所以不会发生这种事情。你有什么样的计划去那么做呢？
我要给他们，如果我要教学生，我会首先讲法规，讲这些严重性，其次才讲怎么样来看病。
If I have to teach students, number one thing I will teach will be the laws and regulations, and then I will do the technical side of the medical treatment later. So how to follow the rules, how to follow the laws, and that's number one that I will emphasize before everything else.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
谢谢你，没别的问题了。
All right, any follow-up, Ms. Sheridan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lin?
No, Your Honor.
问他们有没有问题，他说都没
All
问
right,
题。
thank you.
好，谢谢。
May I call my next witness?
You may, and I believe we need to switch interpreters as well. Thank you.
Call Dr. Eddie Chu.
Dr. Chu, if you would come, please, we're going to put you at the end here.
Thank you.
I'll let you get settled and then I'm going to need to swear you in. And stand.
Okay. Yeah. I'm ready.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. And please state and spell your name.
My name is Eddie Chiu, Eddie my last name.
All right, Dr. Chu, is doctor correct?
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Chu, we have an interpreter who's interpreting everything from Mr. Fu into Chinese. And so we have to speak a little more slowly to make it easier for her and to make sure that Mr. Fu is receiving the translation. We also have a court reporter who takes down everything that's being said. So you've been called as a witness by Ms. Sheridan on behalf of Mr. Fu. She will question you first. So just pause before you answer the question to make sure our interpreter is done interpreting the question before you answer it. And Ms. Sheridan will likewise make sure she waits before she asks the next question after you've answered the question. After Ms. Sheridan is done, I will ask Mr. Lint if he has any questions. The same rules apply. After Mr. Lint is done, I'm going to ask our board members if they have any questions for you. And then after that, I give council one more opportunity before you're released. Do you understand?
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Sheridan, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chu, how long have you been a licensed psychologist?
I'm being licensed as psychologist since 1998.
And did you conduct,
Hold on. We have to make sure. Yes.
my apologies, Your Honor. Did you conduct a psychological evaluation of Mr. Fu?
Yes, I did.
Do you also teach?
Currently, I teach. I am a professor at a university for graduate student of clinical psychology.
And do you have any experience in cross-cultural forensic examinations?
Yes, I did. I've been for many years.
Right, why is that important when you're administering an evaluation in a different language?
I mean, the evaluation a lot of time based on interview, based on psychological testing. And those data need to be culturally sensitive to be interpreted. Understanding the language, understanding the cultural context to come up with a more accurate interpretation of the data.
Now, were you hired by me to provide the services in this case?
That's correct.
And did you receive checks from me for your services? Payment from me?
Yes, correct.
You didn't receive payment directly from Mr. Fu, correct?
No, from you.
So I'd like, in the interest of time, I'm going to move along here a little quickly. You administered 4 psychological tests, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, your report has already been admitted into evidence. I'd like you to explain why you administered these tests to Mr. Fu. We could go maybe one by one. The first test is the MMPI-2.
The MMPI-2 is a test we use a lot in forensic setting to measure an individual if they are malingering their own problems.
You mean, in other words, making it up?
Yes. I take a pause like for the interpretation, but I will continue. So malingering is one thing. Another one is if an individual report emotional distress and even psychopathology. So we would like to know about an individual, the mental status in relationship, in related to the case, the legal case.
And what about the MOCA?
The MOCA is a very brief neuropsychological testing. It measures an individual, the neurocognitive, like a functioning. And in this case, it's very important to know if Mr. Fu, the memory, is it intact or sufficient? That will support if the information given to me is reliable or not.
And then you also administered the Hopkins system checklist. Is that right?
That's correct. The Hopkins checklist is just a checklist to measure anxiety and depression of an individual. And I use it to compare with another test of MMPI to see if any contradictory the information and individual like give it to us. And usually we'll use more than one so-called personality test or more than one test to measure an individual mental status.
And then finally, you administered the static 99R, correct?
That's correct. The test is a brief, the test to estimate the risk for individual, for sexual like offense, like in the future.
Okay. And you reviewed documents related to Mr. Fu's acupuncture license having been revoked in the course of your evaluation, correct?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the findings of the acupuncture board in 2012, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
You also reviewed a transcript of the entire hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
And did that include the accuser's testimony as well?
Yes.
And then finally, you reviewed Dr. Fu's statements to the police.
Yes. Mhm.
And your conclusions are summarized here. I'd like to focus you on issues related to the risk of future offending in a sexual nature. That is the core issue here in this proceeding. Can you tell us what your conclusions were?
My conclusion is Mr. Fu less likely to have the sexual offense like in the future. So that's one thing I found. Another findings, based on the testing, there's no evidence to support Mr. Fu is antisocial, is very impulsive, or seeking any sexual like a deviant, like a behaviors. And those no findings from my testing to support anything of that.
Would those findings be risk factors for future offending in a sexual nature?
That can be a support, like for the future.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you did not find those here?
I did not find evidence.
In the interest of time, I'll limit my questions to those.
All right, Mr. Lick, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Chu.
After
Because of time constraints, I'm also going to unfortunately have to limit my questioning of you, so I do apologize. I looked over your resume that's included within Exhibit 12. You are not board certified in a specialty by the American Board of Professional Psychology, are you not?
I'm not board certified.
Okay. So you're not certified in forensics or clinical psychology by the board, is that correct?
That's correct.
I also looked over your resume in regards to your education and your experience. It seems as though a majority of that deals with strike that. Upon reviewing your curriculum vitae, your resume, as well as presentations you listed, it doesn't appear in your CV that there is anything specifically in the field of sexual deviancy, sexual-based crimes, or criminology. Is that correct?
Based on the publication, I did not publish any article related to the question you have, but in my clinical and forensic experience, and I do have the experience.
Can you point that out on your resume to me? It's Exhibit 12. It's the last 3 pages.
If I may,
There should be an exhibit binder for the witness that was provided.
Well, and we'll just have Ms. Sheridan share hers since it's readily available.
do it up to the right page.
Okay,
Okay?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. And Counsel, can you repeat the question or the page I'm going to look
Sure.
at? Yeah.
It's pages AGO 159 through 162, your resume.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And what I'm looking for, or what I'm asking, is anything specifically identifying your experience, training, publications in the areas of sexual deviancy, sexual-based crimes, or criminology.
I don't think so. The most related on my resume could be on the domestic, a violence, on that. And I did not put my clinical experience on the number of cases I work with related to a sexual offense or with adolescents or adults. I did not put it on the resume.
Thank you. In the documents that you reviewed in your psychological evaluation of Mr. Fu, did you or were you provided copies of his citations by this board or any materials relating to a 2017 settlement agreement with the San Francisco Health Department?
Sorry, can you repeat the question about the board? Yeah.
Were you provided any materials to review and consider in your evaluation relating to 2 citations that this board issued Mr. Fu in 2014 and 2017, or a San Francisco Health Department settlement agreement from 2017?
I'm really sorry. I don't know which one you referred to, regarding a 2017 to San Francisco Health.
Let me rephrase the question. If you could turn to page 137
Oh,
of
yeah.
that exhibit, it's the
Thank you.
first page.
137. Okay,
That's-
I'm there.
Yes.
Yes.
Under the heading Evaluation Procedures, the last bullet point states reviewed documents, and then it lists 3 documents that you reviewed. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes.
So is it fair to say that based on that, you did not review any other documents related to Mr. Fu?
Yeah, these the documents I mentioned here in my report. Those are documents I could review.
Do you know why you were not provided the 2 citations in the settlement agreement?
I'm not aware of. Yeah.
Under psychiatric and medical history heading, same exhibit, page 138. You state that in 2017, Mr. Fu had seen his therapist, Mr. Deng, for 12 sessions due to stress and anxiety. Is that accurate?
Yes.
May I ask, Mr. Dang's letter that's submitted as Exhibit 13 mentions depression 3 times, but no anxiety. Is there a reason, or can you explain that discrepancy to the board?
Can you repeat the questions again? Sorry about that.
Sure. In your report, you indicate that Mr. Fu saw his therapist, Mr. Dang, for 12 sessions due to stress and anxiety, but his therapist letter indicates depression, not anxiety. Can you explain that discrepancy to the board?
I cannot. I can.
You also indicated that he saw the therapist in 2017 for 12 sessions. Can you explain the discrepancy that he saw the therapist in 2016 for less than 9 sessions?
I have no explanation. The information I got is I talked to Mr. Dan, the therapist.
Going to the mental health status examination of Exhibit 12, page 138. You state, quote, he presented with sadness and anger in the false accusation of sexual misconduct, end quote. May I ask, why did you refer to it as a false accusation in your report?
I'm looking at the paragraph,
I believe it is the 3rd sentence from the beginning of that paragraph titled mental status examination.
okay, I'm there. Can you repeat the questions? Answer, thank you.
Why did you refer to the accusation as a false accusation?
This based on what Mr. Fu, told me. I think I did not make the judgment.
So this was not your opinion. This is Mr. Fu's opinion.
Correct.
Referring to the tests that you actually utilized, and because of time constraints, I will only limit my cross-examination to one specific test, the static 99R on page 140. According to that test, you wrote that Mr. Fu obtained a score of -2, indicating none to very low risk of sexual offending in the future, end quote. It's page 140. Is that your words?
That's correct.
The static 99R form coding scores from -3 to +6 with correlating labels for risk categories from low to high. Is that correct?
From -3 to +6,
6.
like a number, from low to high.
And those numbers correlate to categories that range from low to high. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then why in your assessment did you write none? None is not a category on the static 99R.
Oh, I'm sorry. Based on the test, like a static, like a 99R, they have a table,
Yes.
like the scoring table.
Yes.
Like the information I got from -3 to maybe 0 or 1, talking about a range, like a none to, like a no risk. Yeah. That's why I refer the result from the test from the manual itself.
So you're testifying under oath today that the static 99R test has a none category of risk, that something poses no risk.
Can I look at my material?
If you want to provide me a copy of the material that you're
Oh,
looking
yeah,
at
sure.
as well, I'd
Yeah,
appreciate
sure.
that.
Let me see if I have it.
So this isn't something that has been provided to the board, so I don't want anything that hasn't been provided to the board. So if you don't recall, based on your own recollection, Doctor, do you recall based on your own recollection whether or not the test has a no risk category?
I mean, based on my recollection, there's the category, there's a none, a too low.
So
The questionnaire I have, yeah.
So your answer is none, in your opinion, equals low equals none. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
So they listed as low, you interpret that as none?
yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And I thank Your
That's-
Honor for clarifying that.
Question, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
You don't need to look at
Okay,
anything.
sure.
Thank you.
The static 99 assessment is designed to estimate the probability of sexual and violent reconviction for adults who have been charged with or convicted of at least one sexual crime. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Since this matter is not a criminal matter, wouldn't you agree that this test is not appropriate for Mr. Fu?
are you asking if the assessment not appropriate for Mr. Fu?
Yes.
I think it's still appropriate to give us additional information to look at an individual, the risk of future, like a sexual offense, because like a Mr. Fu is not convicted, like a charge, at least like a have a one charge of related, like a to a sexual offense.
Well, let me ask you this question. The static 99R contains 12 checklist items, correct?
Yeah.
The first item of risk factor is, quote, the age at release from index of sex offense. And that's presumably released from custody. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So since Mr. Fu was never incarcerated, released, or detained, at what age did you score that first category?
I will base on like what the board of acupuncture and revoke like his license, like on that, I will consider there's a charge, like this charge on that. Does not mean Mr. Fu being incarcerated or arrested.
So you used the date upon which the board adopted the decision and order as to fulfill the first item in that test, which asked for the age of release from the sexual offense.
This is my reference point.
And what reference or authority do you have to arbitrarily put that date in for that particular category?
I think just my based on my clinical experience, like on that.
Why did you choose the outdated static 99R and not the updated static 2002?
Like the static, like a 99R is the revised version, right?
I'm just asking. I'm not.
Yeah, there's the updated like the version, like I use, like I have.
So why didn't you use the more recent released static 2002? Sorry.
Like a 2002. Can you tell me the name of the most updated?
So doctor, you can't ask counsel questions. If you
Okay,
don't,
I'm
if you don't
sorry.
know, you can just say you don't know.
Oh, like I don't know.
Okay.
Like on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
Under the heading Mr. Fu's accounts of events on page 141, you stated, quote, Mr. Fu admitted that he understood the alleged charges against him. However, he was not aware of the consequences of these charges. Is his lack of awareness as to the consequences of the accusation your opinion, or was that his opinion?
It's his opinion.
That's his opinion?
Yeah, his opinion. He told me that he's not aware of the consequence.
And you said you looked over the accusation and the decision in order in this case in your reference materials, correct?
Can you repeat the question, Counsel?
Earlier, you said you reviewed the board's decision in this matter,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so in that decision, the ALJ at the initial hearing in the decision in order that was adopted by the board stated, quote, that when the petitioner described the allegations against him as unbelievable, he stated to the ALJ at the hearing, quote, if it's proven true, you can take my license, end quote. So with that understanding that he expressed to the ALJ, how can you reconcile that with him telling you that he didn't understand the consequences of his actions?
I read about that statement. That statement is what I interpret like a Mr. Fu, the statement like on the document is Mr. Fu denied like a something like a he did, and just like a telling the authority, hey, if I did, you can take my license away. So that is my understanding the statement he make on the report. And here, the context is about the consequence is he was told by someone in the field, if something happened to the acupuncturist, if you're going to admit something, and your license won't be taken away. That's like so he didn't understanding the severity of the consequence, like in that matter, like if he admit like something unprofessional.
So sorry. So your opinion today is he was relying on the advice of somebody else when he made that statement to the ALJ, not knowing what he was telling the administrative law judge at the hearing. Is that your opinion today?
Yeah, he's being persuaded or influenced by someone. That's what like Mr. Fu told me.
Who persuaded him to do that then?
He told me there's an acupuncturist in Los Angeles, also an acupuncturist, and advise him, you are going to admit something so that the board won't revoke like your license.
And he had legal counsel at his hearing. So when he discussed this with you, did he impress upon you that he relied on this other individual who is not identified out of Los Angeles versus his legal counsel?
I believe so.
You believe so, or is that something that he told you in your sessions with him?
I believe so. I believe so is about based on my assessment or interview of Mr. Fu. He does not know much about the whole legal system, like how that proceed. And the second one, he rely on more the cultural expert, like his colleague, and what his colleague like told him, like what to do, rather than, hey, I have a legal counsel. I need to trust my legal counsel about it.
And this person is not identified in any of these documents. Is that correct?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'll finish my cross-examination of you in these last few questions. I'll be brief. In your conclusion, you indicate that he appeared honest and credible in his accounts of the sexual misconduct. Again, referring back to the administrative law judge's factual finding that Mr. Fu lacked credibility and candor when he testified at the hearing, and that the victim appeared to be candid and credible in her testimony. How do you reconcile those two?
Can you repeat or rephrase the question?
Sure. You conclude that when you spoke with Mr. Fu, that he was credible, that he was honest in his accounts. This is 10 years after he testified at the hearing before an administrative law judge who found him to be not credible, to lack candor. How do you compare and contrast those two?
I mean, first of all, I did not compare like what he said like 10 years ago and what like he told me. And because I was not there like 10 years ago, I'm not the evaluator like 10 years ago. So my opinion on Mr. Fu is honest, credible in his account is based on my interview, psychological testing, like on that.
You also indicate in your conclusion that there is an absence of complaints of his professionalism. It's page 141. Would it change your opinion if you knew that he was cited and fined by this board not once but twice for engaging in the practice of acupuncture without a valid license?
I'm aware of that. I hesitate is hopefully this is the same thing I know. Like something I know about, there's somebody official going to his office or accuse him continue practice like acupuncture or something like that. That event, I'm realized on that. And here, like what I told is about there's no previous like record of complaint or professional to the board regarding unprofessional behaviors towards the patient or sexual offense. Like I did not, like here, there's a record.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you're testifying to, that you weren't presented with any documents or information that would lead you to conclude that he was unprofessional since this incident. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I have no evidence to support.
Now, hypothetically, if you were presented with not one, but two citations from this board indicating that not once, but twice since his incident in 2009, since the board adopted their decision in 2012, that he was found to be practicing acupuncture without a valid medical license or without a valid acupuncturist license, okay? Would that impact your opinion as to his professionalism?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
I'm now going to ask our board members if they have any questions, starting to my left with our president.
Thank you, Judge Larson. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Very briefly, given the time, how often have you done psychological evaluations like this to determine potential future risk of sexual misconduct?
I think around like a 2000, I got start involved in the forensic, like a practice.
So,
My,
so the president's question was, how many evaluations of alleged sexual misconduct have you done? How many actual evaluations? Is that your question?
Correct.
I'm sorry, like on that. I don't have the exact like a numbers, and to my recollection, maybe around like a 10 to 15,
In your entire career,
like the cases. Yeah,
specifically for evaluating risk of future sexual misconduct?
yeah.
Is that around the same amount of time then that you have applied the individual tests that you cite here, the Montreal, the Minnesota, the Hopkins, and the static 99R? Would you say around 10 to 15 times you've actually applied that in similar scenarios that you just testified to?
In similar, like a scenario, I guess.
Have you ever, in those 10 to 15 times, ever determined conclusively that someone was a risk of future sexual misconduct?
Yeah, I did.
How many times within the 10 to 15 would you say you came to that conclusion?
And also just estimate about 2 or 3 times
Okay.
on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, continuing.
I don't have any question. Board Member Mateki, thank you.
No. All right, and then to my right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do.
And just state your name for
My
our
name is
clerk.
Ruben Osorio, board member. Mr. Chu, I have a question. Well, I have two questions. I understand that statistic 99R is 5 steps from 0 to 5, right?
You mean
Levels, I mean levels.
the category?
Yeah, the levels, it's level 0, and then 2, 3, 5, to determine the severity of somebody, not, or to come up with a conclusion that said, okay, in your case, you said that he's not, you're 100% sure that he's not going to commit a crime again. So what is the level that he's at right now? That's my question.
I mean, the level that the result like show Mr. Fu is at the lowest, like a level
That is
Like a-
0?
Like a lowest levels, -2, like on that is none, like a too low,
Okay.
like a risk.
How do you determine that? That's one question. That's the main question I have. How do you come up with that conclusion?
How do I come up with that conclusion?
Yeah.
It's based on the score.
Based on what?
The score, I administer like the test and calculate like the score and come up with -2. Like with the -2 refer to the qualitative interpretation. The qualitative can be learn to know or in like a certain level. So based on the score I got, I put the result on the report.
Okay, and that is through questioning the patient? Is that what it is? Through questioning or just how is the formula come to it too?
There's a total about like a 12 questions, like on the questionnaire. The first couple questions talking about some demographic, such as the date of release or how many years you live with your, have an intimate, like a relationship with the partner. The other questions is about the history of the offense, like a number of that. So we just ask the individual, Mr. Fu, like the questions, and then come up with, if somebody say yes, no, and that's the score of 0 and 1, and eventually come up with the total score to refer to the risk for future offense.
So to determine and you come up with the 2, how many questions or what's the questionnaire?
So the result is -2, right? Like a -2. And there's a two questions come up with this number. The
With 2 questions?
No, total 12 questions,
Oh, 12 questions.
like a 12 questions. But most of the question just 0, 0, 0, like on that.
Okay.
The first questions is about how old, like was he, and when he got released, like from the charge,
Right.
and co-encode. So Mr. Fu got -3, like a -3.
Okay.
The second questions asking about has Mr. Fu ever been charged or convicted? Like a charge or convicted of a sexual offense? And there's a yes. Like I put like a +1, +1.
Okay.
Like a then -3 add to +1, there's a -2. Like on that.
Okay.
So the rest of the questions based on Mr. Fu told me, the score is 0. So even though I asked the total of 12 questions, the total score is -2.
-2.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, as a psychologist, I have a question regarding how or what is the road to somebody committing a crime to rehabilitate somebody and to know that that person is not going to commit a crime, or how or what is the process of that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. To ensure that somebody is rehabilitated. In your case, you have somebody that, for example, you have been seeing a patient for 10, 12, 10 times, and you said, okay, this person is rehabilitated. What is the process to come to say that this person is not going to commit this crime and is already ready to be in the society again? What would you say is number one is that it's like 12 steps, or what is the beginning?
If I shift my role like
Yeah.
as a therapist, like because I do like a therapist for the like a sex addict or people commit to the sexual offense. The first one is use the denial, acceptance, like the
Acceptance.
behaviors.
Yeah.
And then this is the first step, like on that.
That's the
If-
number one, accepting stop denial. That's
Yeah, acceptance, like, yeah, I have a problem, I need to deal with it.
right.
That sometimes take a long time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's all the only
All right,
questions that I have.
So we're just remember, just questions. We-
Yeah, that's all the questions. I
Okay,
have. Yeah,
all right.
thank you.
Anything additional?
No, that's
all
it.
right
Thank
then.
you.
This is board member Shudong I have a question. So is the evaluation form you use is there any certified by any levels of institution or organization?
May I ask, clarify, you're asking about the questionnaire I use,
Yes.
who like a certified?
Yeah.
Like the questionnaire?
Yeah, the questionnaire yourself, you use it to verify the second levels of people. This system or the questionnaire you use, the form is certified by any institution or not,
Oh,
or just like a technically questions, who are recognize this procedure or process, give the, results or conclusions.
I do my best to answer questions. All the tests or questionnaire I use is being like a standardized. They have the norm and widely, like I used it in a psychological and forensic, like a field. They are developed by the expert going through a number of years
I see.
to validate all those questionnaire.
Thanks, I got, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, any questions? Yes,
Thank you. I have no questions.
all right. Any follow-up, Ms. Sheridan?
No.
Mr. Lent? All right, thank you, Dr. You are free to go.
Okay.
All right, it is 12:19. We have to take a break. So I'm going to, we're going to go off the record for just a moment while we figure out what our schedule is going to be. And you still have 3 additional character witnesses that are here?
I have 3 witnesses. They are here. I appreciate that we're running over our time. Perhaps I could call 1 witness and submit on that.
Let me
Make it
speak to
better.
our president about how much time we have.
Okay.
We have to fit in a lunch break and deliberation. So let's go off the record for just a moment, and then we'll go back on the record once we've figured out our timing here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Off the record.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I've conferred with our president about the agenda and the time frame. We have to take a lunch. Everybody needs a break. It's 12:20. We're going to take lunch till 1 o'clock. When we come back, you can call your 3 witnesses. I would just ask that since they're all character witnesses, you be very concise with their testimony so that the board can complete this hearing and then go into closed session and still complete the rest of their agenda items. Agreed?
Agreed, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then. Everybody back, please, at 1 o'clock, off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're not, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Have a seat.
We will call this meeting back to order. It's 1:02. We are just getting back from a lunch recess, and I will turn it over to Judge Larson. Thank you.
Right, back on the record. We're back on the record after our lunch break in the matter of the petition for reinstatement by Utah Fu. Counsel, if you would announce your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner calls Ms. Monley Ho.
All right, if you would please stand and we'll swear you in. Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name.
My name is Manly Ho, and it's Manli, last name Ho.
H-O.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ho, just a few ground rules to make things go smooth this afternoon. You've been called as a witness by Ms. Sheridan on behalf of Mr. Fu. She will question you first. As you can see, you have an interpreter next to you. She's interpreting everything from English to Chinese for Mr. Fu. So after Ms. Sheridan asks a question, just pause so that our interpreter can interpret the question before you answer.
Okay.
And so we will do that throughout your testimony. You will answer, and Ms. Sheridan will wait to ask you the next question. After Ms. Sheridan is done questioning you, Mr. Lent, who represents the people in this case, will have an opportunity to question you as well.
Mhm.
And then I will ask our board members if they have any questions for you.
Okay.
All right, and just please remember to keep your voice up and speak into the microphone.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Sheridan, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ho, how long have you known Mr. Fu?
I've known him for at least 15 to 16 years.
Did you ever receive acupuncture treatments from him?
I did.
Are you aware of the reasons why his acupuncture license was revoked?
Yes, I am.
How are you aware of that?
I happened actually to be on his table getting acupuncture when he brought in a letter. And as you know, he doesn't know English. And so he asked me to translate the letter for him. And the letter was from the police department. It was a summons for him to go there for questioning because he had been accused by one of his patients.
Did you have any conversations with him about the substance of what he was accused of?
Yes, I did, but this was later on. But when I saw the letter, I mean, both he and I were just completely alarmed and bewildered. And I immediately said to him, this sounds to be very serious and you need to get a lawyer to get representation.
What is your professional background?
I am a newspaper reporter. I worked for the Boston Globe. And then later on in the 1980s, my husband and I went to China to start China's national English language newspaper, China Daily. I have since, semi-retired from journalism, but I am in the throes of writing a book about my late father, Dr. Fengshan Ho, who's also known as the Chinese Schindler, because he saved thousands of Jews on the eve of World War II and created Shanghai as a refuge for them. And this story, this hidden history, was something that I have spent 25 years researching and documenting.
I'm going to kind of move quickly here because
Yes.
we're running out of time, but how would you describe Mr. Fu's character?
I would describe him as a healer. He is in some ways a absent-minded professor because he is so focused and dedicated to his healing skills and the welfare of his patients. Now, I know for a fact, for example, that he will bend over backwards to help his patients.
and he will never, there's some practitioners who basically lead them on and say so that they keep coming back. He never does that. So he is really, in my mind, a thorough practitioner who is, who's foremost, who's dedicated to the well-being of his patients, and as well as his art, which he's highly, highly skilled in. And I can say this because I have been to practitioners, traditional Chinese practitioners, both in China and here, and he really is outstanding.
Mhm. Have you referred any other patients to him?
I referred to one of my cousins, but I was referred to him by one of his patients who was a Caucasian woman.
Mhm. Have you ever heard anything from anyone else in the community about his reputation?
Other than the fact that he's an incredible healer, no.
Now, you are aware of the allegations of findings of sexual misconduct in this case, correct?
Yes, I am.
Does that change your opinion of him?
No, it does not, because I don't find them believable.
And why is that?
No. Well, from the very beginning, I sort of got involved in helping him after seeing the letter and telling him to get a lawyer. I regret that I was not here to follow through in his getting an attorney, because he ended up getting basically an attorney from Chinatown because he spoke Chinese and who was not specialized in any of this. And so I think he did not get good representation from the very beginning. And it seemed to me that this was a classic he said, she said. And, and I just frankly don't understand why she was believed and he was not,
Did you travel to this hearing today from
Maine.
out of state? Yeah. You came here from Maine for this hearing?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Lent.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Ho. Because we're limited on time today, I have to limit the scope of my question, so I do apologize. You say you've known Mr. Fu for 15 to 16 years, just shy of 20 years. Is that correct? And you wrote a letter on his behalf.
Did.
And just for everyone's reference, that's Exhibit 11, AGO, Bait Stamp number, page 130, for everyone's reference. Do you consider Mr. Fu a friend?
Now, yes, I do.
You hold him in high regard?
I do.
Do you believe your friendship and how you view him may affect your opinion of him in this particular case?
No,
You believe you're entirely impartial?
I do.
Prior to writing your letter that's dated May 6th of 2023 that we have in front of us as part of an exhibit today, did you read the accusation and the board adopted decision and order in this case?
I did.
When did you read that?
Well, I had followed his case along because of his lack of knowledge of English. And so I would help translate some things that he did not get adequate translations for. So I saw the results of his hearing and his licensure hearing probably not too long afterwards. So I don't quite recall what year that was. So I was well aware of the accusations, which are horrific, and the decision.
And you read that entirety of the decision after it was?
I did.
Okay. In your letter, you indicate, and I'll reference the letter again, it's Exhibit 11, page 130. The second paragraph, you say, I am well aware that in 2009, Dr. Fu was accused by the Acupuncture Board of unprofessional conduct. First of all, Do you refer to Mr. Fu as a doctor?
I do, although I know that, in Western allopathic medicine, I mean, he's not a medical doctor in that sense, but in traditional Chinese medicine, whatever, we do refer to our healer. It's a sign of respect as doctor. And so, I've referred to him as a doctor, and all the other patients that I know refer to him as a doctor. And that is within the cultural context of, Chinese traditional medicine, which is what he practices.
You also indicated that it was in 2009 that you were made aware of the accusation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the actual accusation by this board wasn't filed until 2011?
Section misstates the letter.
All right, so, counsel, are you reading from her letter?
I can read verbatim.
Please do.
I am well aware that in 2009, Mr. Fu was accused by the Acupuncture Board of unprofessional conduct. Are you aware that the accusation by this board did not get published until 2011?
I'm assuming that that's a mistake on my part in terms of the date. But because as I said before, I don't recollect the exact date, that the board made its decision or whatever, but I did read the results.
Your letter and your testimony today reflect your opinion of Mr. Fu's character for professionalism. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Would your opinion of his professionalism change or be altered in any way if you knew hypothetically that he had been cited and fined by this board, not once, but twice, for engaging in the practice of acupuncture without a license?
Let me answer you in this way. I was also well aware of the other citations and the fines. And I'm not excusing him, but just to let you know that I mentioned before that he doesn't know English, but he's also culturally illiterate. So when his license was revoked, what he thought was that it was enough for him not to practice acupuncture. He did not understand that he would not be allowed to keep his clinic or even to have on his voicemail a message that says, acupuncture clinic. What he did instead was he stopped practicing acupuncture, but he got one of his students to do the acupuncture in his clinic. And I think that that's a result of his, nobody explained to him that once your license is pulled, you can't have anything to do with acupuncture. Not only can you yourself not practice acupuncture, but you cannot have a clinic that offers acupuncture. And you certainly, can't have a sign that says acupuncture, or that your voicemail can't say acupuncture clinic. So that's been his entire problem, I think, in mistake after mistake, which is his lack of cultural awareness and illiteracy of the rules and how they work. And unfortunately, nobody has been there to explain that to him.
Do you believe that is also, in your opinion, why he lost his license?
Yes, but I think there's more to that. I mean, because in my mind, my question would be, after reading the transcripts, my question was, why would the board have found the woman more credible than him? Was there any investigation done of the woman's background as to whether this was something that she did before? There was none of that. So that's why, I don't really understand why his license was pulled.
So my understanding is you contest the factual findings that the judge had at the hearing.
I'm not contesting the factual findings. I'm just questioning what it was, what evidence there was that made her more credible than him. Because this was, as I said, a he said, she said.
And would your opinion of Mr. Fu change if hypothetically you knew that the San Francisco Department of Public Health also essentially reprimanded him for practicing massage therapies as well?
Once again, not to excuse him, but I think that again, he did not understand the ground rules, and there was nobody to explain it to him, unfortunately. And so he would make mistake after mistake. But, that does not speak, in my mind, to his moral character or the fact that he sexually harassed somebody in such an egregious manner. I mean, none of that has to do with that part of his moral character or failings. I mean, his failing is that his inability or not having been able to understand the cultural context in which he's operating. That's the failing. The failing is not that, it's not a moral failing where he went and did horrible things to one of his patients.
And your opinion is that failing, that misunderstanding, that disconnect that Mr. Fu has that was exhibited in 2009 with this patient has continued up until and currently through 2017?
Well, since he has become aware after having all these different incidents, right? He has now been aware that, he has not been able to become culturally assimilated or understand. And so he's been working on it. But, as he himself says, he comes from a peasant background. He's basically a peasant from China, and the system there is very, very different than the system here. So it's very hard for him to understand, the rules and regulations or even just the cultural context of the United States. And especially since his main focus all the time that he's been here is on his patients and on his craft.
Hasn't he been in the United States for at least 30 years?
Yes, he has.
And you refer to him as doctor, correct?
Yes.
But at the same time, he has in your words, a peasant background and over the last decade continues to misunderstand.
Right. But
No further questions.
I'm going to now ask our board members if they have questions, starting with our president to my left.
No questions for Mrs.
Continuing,
No questions.
continuing.
No questions.
And to my right,
No questions.
No questions?
No questions.
thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Sheridan?
Yes, you look like you wanted to explain
Just
that last
briefly,
answer.
please.
I just would like to give her an opportunity to explain the
you.
answer.
I mean, when I say doctor, I'm saying it in a different cultural context than what you're saying. I mean, I'm not saying that, he's a Western medical doctor who went to medical school, went through the licensing board and so on. When I say doctor, it's in the Chinese context of a traditional Chinese medical doctor who has been able to heal you. And so as a sign of respect, you call him doctor.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your time. You are free to go. Your next witness, Ms. Sheridan, if you would announce, please.
Miss Cynthia Wilson, and I will forget.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. The first thing I'm going to do is swear you in. So if you would please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. And please state and spell your name.
Cynthia Norcross Wilson, Cynthia Norcross, Wilson with Willson.
All right, Ms. Wilson, just a few ground rules to make things go smooth with your testimony. Ms. Sheridan, on behalf of Mr. Fu, has called you as a witness. So Ms. Sheridan will question you first. Seated next to you is an interpreter. She is interpreting everything that's being said from English to Chinese. So it's very important that you wait for Ms. Sheridan to finish her question and wait until the interpreter is done interpreting the question before you answer it. So just give a brief pause. After you answer the question, Ms. Sheridan will pause before she asks you a new question. After Ms. Sheridan is done, Mr. Lent, who represents the people in this matter, will have an opportunity to question you. The same rules apply. After he is done, I will ask our board members if they have any questions for you. They may or may not. And then I give counsel one last time to ask you any questions. And so that is how things will proceed with your testimony. We also have a court reporter. She's taking down everything that's being said. So just make sure you keep your voice up nice and loud so we can all hear you.
Thank
You
you.
understand?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sheridan, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, how long have you known Mr. Fu?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. And are you a native of the Bay Area?
No,
Where do you live?
I'm born and raised and live in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
How is it that you, have you received treatments from Mr. Fu?
Yes,
And do you travel to San Francisco for that purpose?
specifically, yes.
What is it that you do professionally?
I'm on contract to the U.S. State Department, and I'm happy to say that this year I'm celebrating my 50th anniversary with the State Department. I'm on contract, and I accompany foreign leaders who are invited by our U.S. government, and I'm with them for generally 3 weeks at a time. Logistical support, and I also say that I get to co-create community with the visitors. Because if you're traveling across the country with climate, flight delays and everything, if you're not a community, you've got problems.
We're running a little bit low on time here, so I'm going to
Okay.
jump through a few questions here quickly. Are you aware of the reasons why Mr. Fu's acupuncture license was revoked?
Yes, he showed me the papers
What papers were those?
that he had lost his license, the notification.
Did you read the entire opinion of the judge that sets forth the reasons why?
I believe so, yes.
And with that in mind, with the reasons why he lost his license in mind, what is your opinion of his character?
I'm honored to be here to give character witness to Mr. Fu. He has been able to care for me over the years. He discovered things that nobody else had. The first appointment, he discovered that due to a roller skating accident as a child, my gait was off. And he was able to, through massage and acupuncture, able to clear it up.
Mhm. And what about him as a person?
I can't speak highly enough of him. And I know that with his healing powers, he has to be of the utmost character, or he wouldn't be able to to do what he does.
When you learned about the findings of sexual misconduct with a patient, did that change your opinion?
No, I was shocked to hear it. But then as it was recounted, the facts didn't really correspond with what I know, and his practice was always, his clinic was always busy in the evening. We never disrobed. So a lot of it came as a surprise. But did it change? No. Everything he has done in my treatment has been above board. And as I said, it was different because it was, you didn't disrobe, you didn't take off your clothes. He was able to do the massage or prescribe the Chinese herbs that were necessary. I mean, my younger brother dropped dead of a heart attack. Mr. Fu recommended Chinese herbs, knowing that high cholesterol runs in the family, and I was able to lower my cholesterol to normal.
Okay, given the time constraints, I'll end my examination there. Thank you.
Mr. Lent, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. Again, because of time constraints, I have to focus my questions, so please forgive my
Sure, no.
abruptness. You say you've known him, Mr. Fu, for 20 years?
Approximately.
And from your testimony today, it seems as though you hold him in very high regard. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Do you view him as a friend?
yes,
You wrote a letter on his behalf. Is that correct?
yes.
Just for reference, I'm referring to Exhibit 11, AGO page 114 for everyone's reference if they want to look at that letter. You testified today, and you also stated in the same letter that you were showed papers or you read over the decision and order in the underlying case. When did that occur?
Very close to when he received it, because then he could no longer do acupuncture. And that was often combined with massage as well as with Chinese herbs. So I can't tell you the date exactly, but yeah, it was, I was like, oh.
Do you believe that your friendship and your view of Mr. Fu in high regard impacts your opinion to view this particular case impartially?
Yes,
Do you believe that your opinion would be slanted more in favor of Mr. Fu than not?
no, it's based on experience.
And you testified that in your experience in treatments with Mr. Fu that you never disrobed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not to say that all of his patients didn't disrobe, to the best of your knowledge.
It didn't happen with any of the patients when I was being treated because the rooms were close together. The door was left a crack open. And to my knowledge, nobody ever disrobed.
You testified that you read over the accusation and you were shocked by the accusation. Did you read over the decision and order that the administrative law judge wrote after the hearing as well?
I don't know if it was exactly labeled as that per se.
Did you recall reading over documents that reflected summarizations of testimony at the hearing?
Yes,
And during that hearing, the administrative law judge, who was impartial, sat, listened to Mr. Fu, listened to the victim, and concluded that Mr. Fu was not candid or credible, but that the victim was. How do you reconcile that with knowing Mr. Fu?
Maybe I can give you an example. I severed my ACL. And at the moment that it happened, destroyed the meniscus, and ended up having 3.5 hours of surgery afterwards. When the incident happened, it was extremely excruciating, but then the pain left and I could actually pray the pain out. And then I had an acupressure massage 3 or 4 years later. And all of a sudden, that pain, that exact pain came back. Obviously, the body had stored it. I'd shoved it in a place, and all of a sudden it was there, and I was like, I screamed. It was that excruciating. So I don't know the experience of the woman. I do feel sorry for her because I think that it probably was credible, but whether or not the circumstances were with Mr. Fu, that I can't tell you.
Do you have problems communicating with Dr. Fu?
No, I use a translator, but it's worth it. I started learning Mandarin as well.
Very good.
But that didn't go quite as, it wasn't, let's just say it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. And the translator
That's fair.
works well.
You testified today, and the letter that you submitted on behalf of Mr. Fu attests to his character and your opinion of his professionalism, correct?
Correct.
Hypothetically, if you were informed that after his license was revoked by the board, not once but twice, this board cited and fined him for practicing acupuncture without a valid license, would that impact your opinion on his professionalism?
No, actually, and the reason I say no, he is a healer. And when somebody needs something really desperately, perhaps that could happen.
When you say perhaps that could happen, you mean it could happen that he could practice acupuncture without a valid license intentionally?
Actually, no, that's not. What he would do would be acupressure, not acupuncture.
So it's your opinion of his character that he would attempt to skirt or
No, not skirt. Acupressure is different from acupuncture, as I understand it.
would it impact your opinion of Mr. Fu's character for professionalism if hypothetically you also were informed that the San Francisco Department of Public Health essentially reprimanded Mr. Fu for practicing massage therapy?
Are the two different?
Yes.
And did he not have a massage?
So you
License?
can't ask council questions.
Oh,
Just if you can answer the question. If you can't, you can just
Oh.
say so.
do you want to repeat the question,
Sure.
please?
Would it impact your opinion of his professionalism if you hypothetically knew that the San Francisco Department of Public Health, after his license was revoked, essentially disciplined him for practicing masseuse therapy?
I'd take it into consideration, yes.
So that would impact your opinion of his professionalism?
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Right, I'm now going to ask the board members if they have any questions, starting to my left with our president.
No questions. Thank you very much, Mrs. Wilson.
No questions. Thank you.
No questions.
I have no questions.
No questions?
No questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Sheridan?
No.
Right. Thank you. You are free to go, Ms. Wilson. Thank you for your time.
To be here. Thank you.
And counsel, your last witness,
Our
please.
final witness is Reverend Chung. She is in a wheelchair, so I'll bring her in.
We can just move that chair. Yes, thank you. And it looks like we're going to switch our interpreters as well.
Yeah.
Hello. The first thing I'm going to do is swear you in. I'm Judge Larson, presiding over the hearing. So if you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You would please state and spell your name.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I'll talk into my microphone and I'll have you do the same. If you would please state and spell your name.
My name is Reverend Eileen Chung, EILEENCHUNG.
All right, Reverend Chung, just a few ground rules to make things go smooth with your testimony. Ms. Sheridan, on behalf of Mr. Fu, has called you as a witness. Ms. Sheridan will ask you questions first. You will see that you have an interpreter right next to you, and she is interpreting everything that's being said from Chinese to English. So it's very important that after Ms. Sheridan is done with her question, you just pause so that we make sure our interpreter is catching up with everything. You can then answer the question, and then Ms. Sheridan will pause before she asks you the next question. After Ms. Sheridan is done questioning you, Mr. Lent, who represents the people, will also have an opportunity to question you, and the same rules apply.
Okay.
After he is done, I will ask our board members if they have any questions for you. They may or may not, but I will ask each of them. And then I will give Ms. Sheridan and Mr. Lent one last opportunity to ask you any questions they may have.
Sure.
We also have a court reporter who's taking down everything that's being said. So just to the extent you can keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, that will help.
Okay.
Thank
Is my
you.
voice right now loud enough?
It's not quite loud enough, so let's just maybe,
Testing.
that's better. Yeah, I find that it's helpful to just lower the microphone a little. That might help as well.
This way? Hello?
That's better.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Sheridan, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Reverend, are you an ordained minister?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what church do you belong to?
Church of the My Man out of Berkeley.
Okay. How would you describe your work?
I'm a trauma specialist. I do a lot of spiritual counseling. Yeah.
And how long have you known Mr. Fu?
Summer, I think 1997. I just remember I met him the second day he arrived.
You mean to the United States from
Yes.
China?
Yes.
And do you speak Chinese?
I speak Cantonese, not Mandarin. He speaks Mandarin.
Okay. Can you communicate with him despite those language differences?
Sort of, kind of. The language is similar, although very different.
Have you received acupuncture treatments from him?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe his character?
Very heartfelt in his field, very passionate in his field of being an or a healer.
Are you aware that his acupuncture license was revoked?
Yes.
Do you know the reasons why it was revoked?
Yes.
How did you learn that information?
God, you're talking about some memory brain cells here. I think he shared it with me, what was going on.
Okay. And have you ever provided spiritual counseling to him?
Absolutely, but he didn't know it.
What do you mean by that?
Knowing Dr. Fu as long as I have, when they're down or not, whatever, I always check in on him to make sure he's okay. And most of the time, he is okay.
Did you talk to him about the allegations and the findings in this case?
Yes. One of the challenges we had is in Chinese, when you're accused of something and when you've done nothing wrong, they can't hear you.
What do you mean? by that?
Perhaps you should get an attorney. Perhaps you should do this or do this. They can't hear you. I did nothing wrong. So why do I need this? That kind of thing.
Did it change your opinion of him, of his character, when you learned about the fact that his license was actually revoked because of
Absolutely
allegations?
not. I know Dr. Fu from the core. I don't know if anybody of you guys know this, but when you're a healer, as passionate as Dr. Fu, things about sex don't exist. I'm that way. They, whether you have any strange thoughts or whatever, or trying to have anything close to that, it doesn't exist. Your concentration is, what is wrong with you? Let me try to help you. Let me heal you, and out the door you go. Because his practice is extremely busy. I'm one of the few who can see him toward the end of the day so we could have some private conversations. But otherwise, once you go in, hello, how are you? Whatever, fine, out the door he goes.
All right, we are very pressed for time, so I'm going to leave it there with you and hand it over to Mr. Lent.
Mr. Lent, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I too am under time constraints, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can with you.
Sure.
You've known Mr. Fu for 30 years?
Just about.
Do you consider him a friend?
Sorta.
You hold him in high regard?
Yes.
Do you believe your personal knowledge of him may impact how you view this particular case?
Absolutely.
Good.
Without a conviction.
Good. You testified that Mr. Fu shared with you what had happened to him. Did he give you the documents reflecting the board's decision and order in this case?
It's been so long ago, I can't say absolutely yes. I just know that at the time we were involved.
Do you recall reading over the documents or any documents at any point in time?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Meaning, I can't say absolutely yes, so I'll just say I don't remember.
That's a perfect and
Or don't
honest
recall.
response, so thank you for that. In your letter, you submitted a letter on his behalf, correct? And just for the record, that's Exhibit 11, AGO page 104, for everyone's reference. In your letter on behalf of Mr. Fu, you described the accusations that were made against him as, quote unquote, a false accusation to destroy a professional reputation. Why did you conclude that the accusation was false?
Mr. Fu and I had many conversations about women, things of that nature. A lot of it was for fun, but more for anything that attracts him. And most of the time is absolutely negative because he has to worry about his energy. That's number one. And number two, as a minister, I've seen the other side where a lot of people will create false accusations, whether it's for attention or monetary or whatever. So I've seen that side. Knowing
Mr. Fu the way he is, I go, who's crazy enough to accuse you of that?
And as his reverend, you think he was 100% honest with you in discussing his sexual life?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based upon your knowledge of Mr. Fu and how it impacts your impression of him, is it accurate to say that you dispute the finding of the administrative law judge that found him to be not credible?
Can you, hang on, hold on.
Sure.
Can-
Based upon what you've testified to up to this point
Yes,
and your opinion and your knowledge of Mr. Fu, you contest, you do not agree with the findings of the administrative law judge that he was not credible.
agree.
Okay.
Because there's some strange circumstances that also happen, so.
That's all I asked, but thank you. Would it change your opinion of his professional character if you knew?
Mr. Lent, I'm just going to stop for just a moment. There we go. We just want to make sure that everybody's phones are off. All right, please continue, Mr. Lent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it change your opinion of Mr. Fu's professional character if you knew hypothetically that after this case, he had been cited and fined by this board for practicing acupuncture without a license?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Would it impact your opinion of Mr. Fu's professionalism if
Yeah.
you knew hypothetically after this case had occurred in 2012 that he had been cited and fined by this board for practicing acupuncture without a license?
No,
Wouldn't impact your opinion of him whatsoever.
no, because I know him to his core.
Gotcha. And similar question, would it impact your opinion of his professionalism if you knew hypothetically that the San Francisco Department of Public Health reprimanded him for practicing masseuse?
No.
Again, because you know him to the core?
Mhm.
No further questions.
I'm now going to ask our board members if they have any questions, starting to my left with our president.
No questions, Reverend Chung. Thank you.
No questions.
I have a question. My name is Ruben, board member. Ms. Chan, I have a question regarding the relationship of you and Mr. Chu Mr. Fu about, did he came to you and told you what happened as a patient or a guidance counselor or?
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you, and I don't have hearing problems.
No, yeah, okay. My question is, did he came to you as a friend or as a counselor in your position and told you what had happened and discussed with you any of this without telling me, protecting his privacy?
Are you saying if he would come to me? Well,
When this happened, with this event, that he got a letter stating what he was being accused, did he came to you?
So the question is that, did Mr. Fu come to you and inform you about the allegations against him?
no, he did not. It
I-
came up in our conversation after my treatment.
Okay, so as a friend or in your position, he did not came to you?
I didn't hear the bot.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure, so as a friend or in any way he came to you?
I'm sorry?
As a friend or in any position, he never talked to you regarding this, even though you're really close friends for 20-some years?
No, he didn't come to me. It just happened that we're talking and it came up.
Okay, it just, okay.
Because
all right.
obviously he was upset. So I go, what's up?
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, then, Ms. Sheridan,
No, thank you.
Mr. Lent.
Okay.
All
Am I
right,
done?
thank you. You are free
Am
to
I
go.
dismissed?
You are dismissed.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, and, yeah, and I believe that is final witness, yes?
Yes, yes,
All
we
right.
rest our case.
All right, I'm going to allow you to find a comfortable seat back in the audience
Okay.
while we finish things up. Is there somebody that can assist? Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Get to sit in the back.
All right, since petitioner has the burden of proof, I will allow you, Mr. Lynn, to start with closing remarks briefly, and then Ms. Sheridan will get the last word.
Thank you.
That's fair. The petitioner, as the ALJ has articulated, has the burden of proving is entitled to a reinstatement of his license, and he must do so by clear and convincing evidence. The courts have defined clear and convincing evidence as evidence which is so clear as to leave no substantial doubt and as sufficiently strong to command an unhesitating assent of every reasonable mind. Business and Professions Code Section 4960.5, Subdivision A1, allows a person whose license has been revoked to petition the board for a reinstatement after 3 years has elapsed since the effective date of the decision revoking that license.
We've still got a cell phone going off, so if somebody. Okay, please continue, Mr. Lind.
Thank you. Government Code Section 11522 requires the board to give notice of the filing of a petition for reinstatement to the Attorney General's office, and further provides that the Attorney General and the person seeking reinstatement may present oral or written argument to the board. Lastly, Business and Professions Code Section 4928.2 provides that the protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the Acupuncture Board in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. A person seeking reinstatement of a revoked license must present strong proof of rehabilitation, and the showing of rehabilitation must be sufficient to overcome the board's former adverse determination, which in this case was the decision in order after the 2012 hearing. Rehabilitation is a state of mind, and the law looks with favor upon rewarding with the opportunity to serve one who has achieved reformation and regeneration, fully acknowledging the wrongfulness of past actions is an essential step towards rehabilitation. This bears repeating, especially in this case, panel members. Fully acknowledging the wrongfulness of past actions is an essential step towards rehabilitation. Even Dr. Chu testified that acknowledging the wrongfulness of past actions is the first step of rehabilitation. In this matter, petitioner has not established by clear and convincing evidence that he is entitled to the reinstatement of his license. Of the utmost concern, both as to evidence the petitioner's rehabilitation as well as this board's duty to protect the public, is petitioner's unwillingness to acknowledge the wrongfulness of his conduct, as evidenced both by the physical exhibits presented here as well as the testimony submitted today. The petitioner continues to deny that he committed any sexual misconduct. He fails to demonstrate any act of contrition or accept responsibility for his misconduct in any manner. His only regret is that he did not have a chaperone in the room at the time of the incident. Upon comparing and contrasting his therapist, Mr. Deng's letter, and his so-called psychological evaluation by Dr. Chu, one can only be left in a state of disbelief and doubt. Petitioner sought therapy only to appease this board for his petition hearing. No other reason was given. Petitioner's therapist maintained he only saw him less than 9 therapy sessions in 2016 and for 5 weekly sessions between October 22 and November of 2022, per his letter. But the psychologist, Dr. Chu, stated in his report that Mr. Fu saw his therapist for 12 sessions in 2012, both inconsistent in the number of sessions and the year that they occurred. Petitioner's therapist reported having unhealthy coping strategies, such as isolation and gambling, neither of which are mentioned by his psychologist in his psychologist report by Dr. Chu. Petitioner's therapist noted signs that petitioner was depressed 3 separate times in his letter. However, Mr. Fu's psychologist, Mr. Chu, or Dr. Chu, conversely indicates that petitioner sought therapy for stress and anxiety in his report. Petitioner's psychologist attempted to ascertain and predict his risk for future sexual offenses, yet he possesses no adequate training or experience in this particular field. His psychologist utilized tests which are designed for criminal justice systems and are simply not applicable to the facts and circumstances in this matter. Even the psychologist's misclassification of risk to incorrectly characterize Mr. Fu as having no risk of sexual offending in the future, and his arbitrary assignment of risk factors, such as a release date without any authority to support the such, demonstrates the inappropriateness of this evaluation tool and either the intentional biasness or simple incompetence of the psychologist. Petitioner's psychologist also failed to take into account and consider the petitioner's acts of unprofessionalism evidenced by his 2 citations from this board and the petitioner's settlement with the San Francisco Department of Public Health. All such documents were not presented to him for evaluation. The petitioner's psychologist failed to reconcile in his report his opinion that the petitioner appeared honest and credible versus 10 years after the ALJ's finding at the hearing that he lacked credibility and candor. Most, if not all, of the information provided to the petitioner's therapist and psychologist were self-reported and self-serving information from the petitioner himself. Petitioner's therapist even remarked in his letter, quote, "He cannot provide any concrete proof to validate his words," end quote. The petitioner has had over a decade to reflect upon his attitude and conduct. And in those 12 years, how has he demonstrated rehabilitation? Other than by denying his sexual misconduct, he has been cited and fined by this board not once, but twice, in July of 2014 and December 2017, with orders of abatement for engaging in the practice of acupuncture without a valid license. He obtained a massage practitioner license in 2013, but only to have the San Francisco Health Department thereafter require him to pay a fine, agree to permanently close his business, and not hold the business ownership in any massage establishment for 5 years due to not having a valid permit to operate a massage establishment, in addition to finding the presence of alcohol on the premises. In the almost 12 years since this board's decision and order in this matter, the petitioner has completed a mere 100 credits of continuing education. Over those 10 years, this occurred in December of 2016, May of 2018, and January of 2020, none of which are in the areas of boundary violations, sexual misconduct, or the inappropriate touching of patients. In the almost 12 years since the board's decision and order in this matter, the petitioner demonstrated that he volunteered at an athletic organization on average 22 hours per year between 2013 and 2022, but failed to volunteer at any work establishment dealing with victims of sexual crimes, sex trafficking, a women's shelter, or any other similar organizations more relevant to his disciplinary conduct. And in the almost 12 years since the board's decision and order in this matter, petitioner received a certificate of honor for his community work service efforts in September of 2012, which predates this board's decision and order in this case, but has demonstrated nothing since 2012. The totality of the evidence presented at this hearing establishes that petitioner has not demonstrated even a modicum of rehabilitation and has failed to undergo a sufficient change in attitude to demonstrate that he is once again capable of performing acupuncture in a manner consistent with public health, safety, and welfare. Therefore, it is the recommendation of the Attorney General's office that in furtherance of public protection and for the previously mentioned reasons, petitioner's petition be denied in this matter. Thank you.
Ms. Sheridan, closing remarks?
Thank you. Your Honor, materials that have been admitted into evidence in the testimony here today show by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Fu is a healer. He is dedicated to his craft and to his patients, and he has done everything that he could think of to demonstrate for the board that he has the present moral character to be relicensed. Unfortunately, he is in a difficult position where he cannot acknowledge something that he did not do. And this is contrary to the board's findings, and he cannot change those facts. But what he can do is show through his actions and through the people who know him the best that he does not pose a danger to the public. Remorse is important in most cases, it's essential. But also, equally important is the petitioner's conduct sustained over a long period of time. What we have here is a person who practiced for 10 years. There was one complaint, which I agree, the substance of what was described is horrific. I will use one of his character witnesses' words to describe it that way. It is. He maintained his innocence at that hearing. And so the notion that he would now change that and admit something that he did not do is simply impossible for him. He cannot lie about something he didn't do. And so if a person is in this situation, we're not here to argue with what the board did before. The board made its findings. That is not what we're doing. But the notion that he must admit misconduct that did not occur is simply unconscionable for him. And so he set about showing what he currently possesses as moral character. He has continued his education. He is devoted to his patients to the degree that he shifted to try and provide whatever relief he could under the circumstances. And that was in the massage business. Now, the violation that's in evidence relates to not having the appropriate business license. He had a permit, not a business license. That is, I think, very well described by, by Ms. Ho, who helped us to understand how he could miss certain parts of the regulatory scheme that are in place. He thought he had done the right thing. He was operating alongside someone who had their license, and he was providing massage. He wanted to remain committed, and he was committed to his patients to the degree, and he believed he was operating in an honest manner. When that came to light, when he was cited, he paid the fine and he moved on. He closed his business for a period of time. These are the actions of a person who is, as we have heard, an absent-minded professor, so focused on the healing craft that he has missed some legal obligations along the way to have the appropriate business certifications in place. But that is not a person who poses a danger to the public to re-offend in the manner that was described at the prior hearing. Now, I wasn't his lawyer at that time, and I can't speak to the manner in which the patient testified. I leave it as it is. It stands as a decision of the board, and I am not here to argue with that. But Mr. Fu is so committed to being a healer, and this tool, acupuncture, is such a strong tool that he can use to alleviate the suffering of his patients, that here he is putting himself before the board to try to explain what has occurred and what he can do going forward. And what I heard was a man who is willing to undertake any additional measures that the board might require, such as education about boundaries. He is also willing to do other forms of education. He mentioned a chaperone as an idea of what he would do if a student of his encountered this problem. And it was a recommendation of how to avoid future problems. He's thinking in his mind, how can I avoid this kind of problem from occurring again? Not because he committed the misconduct, but because maybe there need to be additional safeguards in place. And he is willing to do that. So I would encourage the board to look at the entire picture here and consider whether there are any steps that can be taken now to ensure public protection, which is the primary objective here, but also allow this very skilled and dedicated healer to continue and be able to regain the ability to practice in acupuncture. I think there is a way forward to accommodate all of those concerns. And that's what I would encourage the board to do.
Is matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
Matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
Matter submitted. The record is closed. And as I mentioned before, the board will be going into closed session to deliberate. You will receive a written decision sometime in the future.
Thank you.
We are off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, board panel members.
Yes, thank you very much.
I believe our court reporter may need some spellings, so please make sure you touch base with her before you leave.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge Larson. Thank you, parties. We will now ask for a brief recess. We will ask the public to actually leave this room so that we can actually go into a private closed session. And then we will re-adjourn into public session once we are done with closed session. So we are adjourned briefly while the court reporter gets what she needs. And then at this time, if you are not part of the board, we will ask you to leave. So thank you very much.
And for those board members who have evidence packets, I would advise you.
Okay, we are back in open session, and it is just after 3:10. We have finished items 4 and 5, and we will go back to items 2 and 3, which we had tabled to go right into item number 4. As for President's remarks, welcome everyone. It's great to see my fellow board members, staff, and members of the public. And for any members of the public who are joining us online, it's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us in the middle of summer, which I know isn't easy. I'm going to go on to number 3, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. I will open this up for people here in the room and online to make any public comment for items that, again, are not on the agenda. Do we have anyone in the audience here that would like to make one? I don't see anyone coming. So for the moderator, we will go online to see if we have any public comments.
Absolutely. We are open for public comment for items not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And for our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... and cycle through the different pages to find your hand. If necessary, you only have a keyboard, we have a Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen where you can type the word comment. We're going to wait just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you. We are now going to item number 6, which is approving board meeting minutes from the March 22nd meeting. Any questions, comments, edits on the minutes? If not, I will open this up. Well, we'll do a motion, then I'll open it up for public comment. So do I have a motion for approval?
If I may,
Yes.
one correction we'd like to make for item 10, review and possible action on the board's draft strategic plan. The motion for the second, the record currently reflects member Kim as seconding, and we believe it was Ruben Osorio, and our notes also reflect that. We would like to suggest that change.
I'll suggest the change and move for approval of the minutes.
I second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Motion by Harbedian, a second by Osorio. We'll open this up for public comment. And seeing none in person, do we have any public comment online?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda or the
Yes,
motion?
please.
Yes, thank you. We'll come back for roll call.
John Harabedian,
Aye. Yes.
Yangping Chen, Ruben Osorio,
Yes.
Francisco Kim,
Yes.
Judong Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Amy Mateki.
Yes.
Motion passes with the correction.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item number 7, and I'm going to turn this over to our executive officer, Mr. Bodea.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the budget update, we have the DCA's budget analyst assigned to the Acupuncture Board, Brandon Vu. Are you present to provide us an update? It would be a remote update.
This is the moderator. Brandon, you should be able to unmute at will.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Vu, and I am a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office. I first want to thank the board and executive staff for allowing me to present on agenda item 7A, the board's expenditure projections and fund condition statement. First, I'm going to start with the board's expenditures, page 18 of your materials.
Got it.
All right. So these projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 11. This report includes 2022 to 23 actual expenditures in the green, as well as 2023 to 24 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange. As we move to the end of the document, you will see the board had a beginning base budget of $4.073 million and is projected to spend a total of approximately $3.6 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $400,000, with the reversion percentage of 9.87%. The next document I will be going over is the board's revenue projections, page 19 of your materials. This report includes receipts collected through May and provides the projected revenue to year end. I will further go into the projections as we transition to the next slide. The next slide, page 20 of your materials, is the board's fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document top to bottom, left to right. The left column is the board's prior year 2022 to 23 actuals. It shows the board began 2022 to 23 with a balance of $3.475 million. And the board collected $4.228 million in revenues, with $702,000 from initial license fees, $3.093 million from license renewals, and $433,000 collected from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board expended $3.549 million, which includes $434,000 in direct draws to the fund for statewide prorata and pension payments. The board closed 2022 to 23 with a reserve balance of $4.154 million, or 13 months in reserve. For the fiscal year 2023 to 24, the board projects revenues of just over $4.2 million, with $670,000 projected from initial license fees and a little over $3 million from renewal fees, and $471,000 from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board's 2023 to 24 expenditures are based on the governor's budget, with fiscal month 11 projections at about $3.845 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with the fund balance of just over $4.5 million, or 13.5 months in reserve. The budget office will continue to monitor the board's revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with the final expenditures once we close the last fiscal months in the fiscal year 2023 to 24. A few things to note for the board's fund condition. The fund condition is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is a result of personnel service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The budget office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these incremental adjustments. You will also notice revenue is projected static in the out years. Lastly, I would like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which could create cost pressure on the fund. The budget office will continue to monitor the board's fund condition statement and keep an open line of communication with the board's executive staff for any future needs or expectations. That concludes my presentation. Again, thank you for allowing me to present at today's meeting. I will be happy to now answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vu. Any questions from the board members?
Yeah, I have a question. I didn't get how much in reserve the board has.
So right at the moment, the board has about just over 4.5 million fund balance, and in months that would be 13.5.
13.45 months?
Correct.
Thank you.
I think we're good for now.
I,
Okay, Francisco?
yeah, I see the wall license registration is increasing, and then where can you tell me any increase in the income out of there?
Sorry, Francisco, I didn't hear you at the end there. Tell you about what?
About the wall license renewal is getting almost like 5,000, and then where can we?
Where
find
does it
those
factor in?
reflection? Yeah.
We don't, Mr. Vu, can you remind me? It doesn't look, I think we just capture all our fees on the second graph, the blue graph that you see. There's delinquent fees, other regulatory fees, regulatory license and permits, and other revenue. So it's all captured there. Initial license fees versus initial wall license fees aren't captured, aren't itemized, excuse me.
So the initial wall license fee falls under the line number under the other regulatory license and permits.
Okay.
So the year to date on that category is $637,807.
And that is folded together with the license renewals as well, right?
That one is with the other regulatory license and permit fees, such as the exam fee or the application fee, for examples.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Matecki, did you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to know the reserve, like a 13.5 month, how the yield feel like that's comfortable.
That is very healthy for a reserve. Mr. Vu,
Yes.
my understanding is 4 to 6 months, 4 to 8 months is what we're generally targeting for a reserve?
I believe so, correct, yes. 13.5 months means the board has a very healthy fund at the moment.
Thank you.
We do have a couple drills that we're going through, and there's a budget shortfall for the entire state of California. So we'll see, as Mr. Vu mentioned, new legislation could shift things around. So this is a snapshot, and we'll keep you updated on the condition of the fund.
Thank you, Mr. Vu. I was planning on doing public comment for 7 generally, not each sub-item. Is that okay? All right, thank you for your report. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to C and D, the licensing report?
May I do the strategic plan update?
Yes, sorry.
No problem. It's just there's no materials for that. So just a simple update since we had started the strategic planning last year in 2023. We've moved through and accepted that at the last board meeting in March, and just wanted to update the board and the public that we've done the action planning, which is the next phase. And what we did is we invited the committee members. Currently, the committees are at 2 members to sit in on the action planning so that they could be they could see the processes involved to hopefully accomplishing these goals. And it was very successful on all the strategic goal areas, and we got through it within time. So very hopeful.
Well done.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Ms. Bodea on the strategic plan update? Okay, now we can move on to item number C, licensing report.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. Okay, we actually have data for quarter 3 of 2023, 2024, and data for Q4 for 2023, 24. So I'm going to go through each item, and I'm going to do both years. So you'll get a comparison that way, but that way I won't have to run through the whole thing over and over again. So we're going to just start in with active licenses. These are people that are in the status that they're able to practice. And so for Q3 numbers, the number was 7,685, and for Q4 it was 7,656. For inactive licenses, these are people that are maintaining their license, but they don't need to do continuing education, and they're not able to practice. And they can come back to active with providing CEs. We had 2,335 in Q3 inactive licensees and 2,286 in Q4. And then clear licensing is the total of renewable licenses. So that would include inactive, delinquent, and active licenses. And so for Q3, that was 11,705. And for Q4, it was 11,632. And then for canceled licenses, these were non-renewable licenses and not able to practice licenses. In Q3, we had 102, and in Q4, we had 123. And some of those canceled licenses really reflect our aging licensing population, that the only way for people to discontinue their license is to let it cancel until we get our maybe retirement thing passed, or if they're filed as deceased. Then for initial AC license applications that are approved, these are applications for new licenses. In Q3, we had 102, and in Q4, we had 123. Initial AC licenses applications denied, there was none. And then for AC license renewals, this is just people renewing their license in those quarters. For Q3, we had 1,573, and for Q4, we had 1,401. And in terms of wall licenses, active wall licenses, these are renewable. Well, okay. See, active wall licenses is the total for Q3 is 854. And for Q4, it's 5,008. And so the active wall licenses would be both the combination of new initial wall licenses and wall licenses that are renewable. So that's kind of our total population of wall licenses, which you can see is lagging behind our active licenses. So we're working on moving that forward, have more people in compliance with that, get the word out. And then for initial wall licenses, in Q3, there was 565 new wall licenses, and Q4, there was 394. And then wall licenses renewing in Q3, it was 452. And in Q4, 347. So then moving from licensing stats to continuing education statistics. First, I just want to bring your attention to the square that's marked yellow on that reporting. We are initially in previous reporting had reported, I think, 31 or 32 course denials. But we later learned that the denials were due to some technical issues, and the only way to clear those applications was to do denials. So they weren't really true denials. They were just denied because of some issues with technology, and those people resubmit. So there was actually in that Q1, there was no denials. And in fact, in Q3 and in Q4, there was no CE course denials. And then see the total number of active CE providers. This is that are able to submit courses for approval. In Q3 was 316, and in Q4 was 329. And if you'll note, we're no longer giving you a total number of that ever approved, because it was deemed that that number wasn't useful. It was just kind of a running total of everybody who has, over the last 30 years, had got a CE providership. So looking at the real active providers is a more key statistic for the CE program. And actually, in any licensing board or whatever, that many providers is a healthy number of providers. I guess I'm opinioning there, so you can strike that. So we move on to educational and training program. In Q3, applications for board approval of curriculum received was 4 in Q3, and then we received 2 in Q4. And then in terms of those applications that were deemed incomplete, there was none in Q3 and none in Q4. Approved, there was none in Q3 and Q4, and loss of approval, there was none in Q3 or Q4. We do have one school right now that's on the that's involved in a teach out, and that will be eventually losing their approval or no longer offering their program. And then moving on to tutorial statistics. For Q3, new applications for tutorial program in Q3 were 6, and in Q4 were 8. New program approvals in Q3 were 1 and 6 in Q4. Completed programs in Q3 were 1 and 2 in Q4. And then programs terminated or abandoned for some reason, there was 1 in Q3 and none in Q4. And then total approved active tutorial programs that our students are working through to establish their eligibility for licensing. We had 46 in Q3, and in Q4 there was 50. And then moving on, the next page is our California Acupuncture Licensing Exam statistics by school for the period 1/1/24 through 6/30/24. And if we go down, and I'm just going to do a summary total, you can look at the individual performances of the schools. And there was a correction to this material that actually made it to the board meeting materials. So that for first-time takers, there was 135 first-time takers, and that yielded a 77% pass rate. And then for initial KL and retakers, there was 149, and that gave an overall total of 70% pass rate for that. So those are, according to the Office the Office of Professional Exam Services, those are really healthy performance numbers for an exam, a professional licensing exam. And then examination statistics by language. As you know, we offer the licensing exam in Chinese, English, and Korean. So for the same period, 1/1/24 through 6/30/2024, there was in Chinese languages, there was 44 passes and 9 fails with a percent of 83%. English was 90 passes, 49 fails for 65%. And then Korean, there was 15 passes and 5 fails for a pass rate of 75%. And then overall, our pass rate was 70. And that concludes that reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. Any questions on the licensing report?
Yeah, I have a question. Jay, I was looking at the results, the overall results. There's quite a difference from 42 to 100% on some of them. And I was wondering, what do you think is that?
Well, are you talking about the results by school for first
Yeah,
time, second time takers?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's it's quite a difference. You know, I can see if it was like 5% or 10%, but some of them it's like half of the difference.
Well, if you look at it, like if you're looking at AOMA Graduate School of Integrated Medicine, they only had one test taker, and that, I mean, they had two test takers overall, and one was a pass and one was a fail, so that yielded 50. So that kind of
Oh,
takes out because
I see. I
because
see.
there's a small number.
So the number, okay.
Right. And then, you know, some schools might have in any one period more people retaking than are more likely to fail the test, so that
Okay.
could skew it. You know, I mean, and look at tutorials. There was only two, or there was three overall that were done, and they all passed. So that looks like 100%. You know, but
Yeah,
that's a very,
yeah,
very
okay.
small margin. You know, in terms of that stuff. So there's some individual pieces going. And even our foreign students, we had 14 overall, and nobody failed. It was 100% pass rate. So.
Yeah, okay. I understand now. It just looked different.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, some of the schools don't graduate many people that take it, or that it takes a really long time for them to come to it. Like if you look at California University of Silicon Valley, they only had one person taking the test, and they achieved,
Yeah, that
you know,
that would
50%. But somebody who's doing many more, you know, like Pacific College had 25 people take the test. Well, actually, they had what they have. They had looks like they had 34 overall. So they had a lot of people taking the test, and of those 13 failed. So that gave them a 62%. But they have a lot more students, right?
Yeah, yeah. That'll even up the numbers.
Well, and over time, those students that fail will come back, and they're kind of, you know, messing with their results in terms of moving through it. So the schools that have more enrollment are more likely to have lower percentages. The ones
Because
that
of the, yeah,
less
the numbers.
less taker could look horribly bad or horribly good with
Yeah.
one pass, one fail, you know, something like that. So
Great.
that's
Thank you,
kind of
Jay.
what I can tell you on that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, I have one. Okay.
So Jay, I saw the C provider number is increasing, right? So total is 329 compared with Q1 from 270 to 329. So because we have a lot of new applicant.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been a long time. It's not very difficult to become a CE provider and offer it. So many of our licensees have done that. And during the pandemic, we actually had a huge drop of CE providers. But then we've seen them come back. But knowing what's going on in the background, there are a number of new providers coming in. And then there's a few, maybe, and this is just, you know, my head math, under 10 providers that provide most of our courses that are really providing a lot of courses, you know, like, I won't name any individual providers, but some providers hire many instructors and offer really a lot of classes. Other people are, you know, just an individual licensee that maybe has one thing that they do 3 times a year or something like that, right? So, but yeah, we see it's been just on a regular climb. You know, if we go back to Q2 of 2022-23, there was 136. So now we're at Q4 of 2023-24, and we're at 329. So, you know, we have significant providers to provide content.
So that's great. So I hope all the provider, they can add on the laws, ethics.
Yes, right. There's a call to action to help to provide those courses. We
Yeah.
did do a preliminary search, and there is a fair amount of law and ethics available right now. But yes, it'd be great for CE providers to take up that
Yeah.
market, right?
Right.
It's a
We should
market.
avoid the one side really excellent professional knowledge, and another side ignorance of the laws, regulations, and the ethics. So from today's case, we can. So also I like to know, as our license number already passed 20,000, and the C providers number also passed 2,000.
No, the provider, I don't, I think it was around 1,800 or something like that, but we're
1,800.
not providing that anymore. And our, you know, the total licenses given are sort of different than who's active or who's actively practicing, because people may have moved out of state or whatever. So they're not really in there, even though they had a California license. And even if the license is canceled, it's going to hold that license number, right? So, I mean, it's just a total that's going to get, they keep running and get bigger and bigger. So it doesn't really relate to what's happening in reality.
Yeah, so seems like a total is 1,800 and active is 329. So seems new, like 10 joined Q4. It's a new provider join in constantly, and the older one maybe they stopped or something.
Right, exactly.
It's a very active pool.
Yeah, for sure.
What I see. So you said that it's easy to come in, right? But we don't know why they drop out, but we have enough CE provider.
I mean, it's a quite a business operation to provide that learning, provide the certificates, be that, you know what I mean, and have that ongoing. So I do know for smaller groups, it's difficult. For a bigger provider that has a high level of technology, has admin staff or whatever, it's much easier for them to provide content and move that along, right? And we definitely have some very strong CE providers.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mateki?
I just have a quick one on the education training program. So the curriculum was on the Q3 is a full, that means it's a full new school, or is the existing school just need to review the curriculum?
These ones are existing schools. There's no
Okay.
new schools in that one.
Okay,
They're
thank you.
reviews. And we've actually had a number of re-reviews subsequent to the ACOM degree naming changes, and schools have to update their application with the board for that. So they've been coming to us kind of like, this is a hot potato, you know, we got to get this done to get our accreditation done. So we've been seeing kind of some simple updates, just they don't change the curriculum, but they'll just change the name, right? Or slightly change the curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
On the continuing education provider, it's, so looks like out of 300 is about, maybe they have, each provider has offering like two to five different courses each year or each time.
Well, I can imagine some providers are offering 200 courses and one provider might offer
Got it.
one, right? So that, like I said, there's this group of maybe under 10 providers that are offering a lot of content. And then there's a number of smaller providers that have, you know, less offerings like that.
How many of them offer hybrid, like actual in-person and
I can't provide that offhand, but we definitely, there's rules in what licensees have to offer with, right? So that you do need to have at least 25 hours of live, right? But that allows 25 hours of distance education, right? So, and I mean, there's a lot of distance education out there, you know, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd, I think that's it on licensing. So we will move on to enforcement, and then at the end of that, we can open it up for public comment.
Yeah, and we have the BISMOD update after the enforcement report. So Mr. Hurd, if you want to just stay there. Board members, we're going to review Q3 and Q4 for enforcement. We're going to handle these a little separately just because that's how our tables are set up. For Q3, we had 8 non-jurisdictional complaints, 10 in incompetence and negligence, 1 other, 1 unprofessional conduct related to billing, 5 in sexual misconduct, 1 in unlicensed or unregistered, and 5 criminal charges. 5 of those were all for the licensees, and these were just charges or convictions, and these are just the complaints we received. In investigations, I'm just going to go to the totals there. We received 31 investigations back, 30 were closed, and 308 are pending. So we are working through that. Moving on to the enforcement performance measures for Q3. For Q3, again, 26 complaints received, 5 of those were arrests, total of 31. Moving on to performance measure 2, total intake time for processing a complaint is 4 days. The target would be 10. Performance measure 3, investigative cycle time. The deescalation investigations closed, again, is 30. 0 field investigations closed. So the total is 30 for all investigations, and the average days to close those investigations was about 161, and we're working our way through those cases, which is why you're seeing a drop there. For the second portion of that, these cases were closed. 14 were closed under 90 days, 4 between 90 and 180, 9 between half a year and a full year, 3 between 1 and 2 years, and that is it. And then for non-AG discipline that did not go to the Department of Justice, we had 0 for final citations and license denials. Performance measure 4, cycle time from initial discipline. We had one final order, and this was a very long-lasting case and took 2,201 days, but we're happy that it finally closed. For AG actions, we had one AG case initiated, 4 are pending, 1 voluntary surrender, and 1 was closed without disciplinary action. And I'm skipping over the zeros, so if you need me to back up, please let me know. Of those cases, of the one case, as noted earlier, this was one that closed in 2,201 days, so we have the one there for over 3 years. No PC 23s or interim suspensions were ordered, and total licensees currently on active probation is 6, 0 of which were revoked, and no subsequent discipline or final orders. That is it for Q3. Would you like me to go through both of them or stop and ask for questions here?
Why don't we go through both?
Okay. For the complaints received, we had 2 for fraud, 1 for non-jurisdictional, 16 for incompetence or negligence, 5 were for unprofessional conduct, subdivided by business practices, patient recruiting retention, request for records or lack of response to it, lacking consent, and verbal altercation. 3 were sexual misconduct, 2 were for unlicensed or unregistered practice, and 4 were for criminal charges or convictions. Of those 4, it was for our licensees. In regards to the investigations for totals, 33 received, 21 closed, and 320 are pending. Moving on to performance measures. For the first one, again, going over our complaints, 29 complaints received, 4 arrests for a total of 33. Total intake cycle time for those complaints is 3 days. And for investigation cycle times, for desk investigations closed, 19. We had 2 field investigations closed, total of 21. And the average days to close those investigations that we did in this quarter was 391. Moving on to the second portion of that table, 7 investigations closed under 90 days, 1 investigation closed between 90 days and 180 days, 6 between half a year and a full year, 5 between 1 year and 2 years, 1 between 2 to 3, and 1 over 3 years. And no final citations were issued in Q4. Of the cycle time for discipline, 1 total final order with an average day to complete of 2,349 days. Another long case with the average year to date be more like 2,200 something if you just factor in quarter 2 and quarter 3, since there was nothing for quarter 1 and 2. For AG actions, 1 AG case initiated, 3 are pending, 1 revocation, and of those 5, we had, of the 1 that closed, total final order, we had the 1 for over 3 years. No PC 23 order or interim suspensions ordered, and total licensees on probation this quarter, the quarter 4 was 5. And that concludes the tables for the enforcement reports for Q3 and Q4. How can I address your questions?
I do. Ben, on the numbers that we have, is this like already going back to pre-pandemic numbers? Because I know it went down quite a bit.
In terms of our workload and the complaints received, yeah. So we're not showing anything from there. These are just the complaints that we received in the last 2 quarters.
With the way I understand it, we have 1 more analyst added to it, and there was somebody else in the enforcement.
We are now fully staffed with 2 enforcement analysts that are working through the cases.
Oh, okay. That's what I was. That will help and explain why the numbers are
changing. Yeah, we're starting to move through them much more
good,
quickly
good.
and effectively.
Thank you.
Francisco? Okay. Great. Well, we'll move on to the business modernization update. Thank you, Ben.
Okay. So the board's business modernization efforts, we wrapped up our business modernization cohort 1 18-month contract this last April. And then the same group entered in a new yearly contract with DCA. And so that will continue. We'll do continuous development and then also refinement and maintenance during that period with that. And then the board will also begin a major effort of developing its own enforcement system, and this will not depend on a legacy system. So we have significant work to do with that. It's a big commitment for the board to move into that. And we have resources available for that for the next 2 years. And the first piece that we'll see that'll be completed in that launch will be a CE audit function, and then it'll move into the complaint probation discipline module that in a new organized one-stop shop modernization. And that's where we're at.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Any questions on the update that we just received?
Oh, no, that's right. About the modernization, we were going to add so that people can use a debit card or was that part of that?
I can tell you they can use a debit card if it has Visa or MasterCard on it.
So we are doing that now.
Yeah, we can take credit cards. We take Visa, MasterCards, which would
Oh,
include
yeah,
Visa debit cards, and then we also take Discover.
Makes it a lot easier. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it helps. And that actually does automated cashiering. So our staff, when they pay online like that, we're
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Do we still accept a check?
we definitely accept check, and we'll even accept cash. But if you bring it into our office, we're going to send you down to central cashiering where they'll take the cash for us.
I think some people still like check.
Yeah, no, we take checks, no problem at all. Although that incurs staff cashiering and processing and things like that, so it has to be handled. But yeah, we accept checks.
It increases processing time. So you won't get the instant response that you would when you do online.
Yeah, saves a lot of time, yeah.
Right.
Online, any like encouragement, some advantage.
Anyway,
So if people do online, so we say we can give you confirmation sooner, something like that, right? And
well, it happens instantly. They do
Yeah.
it and they get their
yeah,
license.
we encourage people just pay by card, not by check.
Right.
Pay by check is sometimes lost, they sent to the wrong place.
Well, you know how the mail is.
We have a really good adoption rate.
From our side, from professional side, the licensee side, they may, the check may miss by them. So we just say, encourage them to take advantage of a pay by card online. They have to learn.
Yes, we've actually been surprised by our adoption rate. We're about 80% in terms of licensee dealing with it. And I just think the way everybody does business right now is online and with, Venmo, credit card or something like that. So it's just, the incentive is that they don't have to talk to us. They can do it instantly and they get their confirmation right away and they're done. They can do it 24/7.
Great. We'll open it up for public comment, item number 7, which included 7 different sub-items.
One question, is there any board has electronic license? Like I heard that the DMV is gonna introduce it. No?
The Med Board has some type of electronic license, right, where you can go on. I mean, Amy might be able to speak to that in terms of the experience. And Nursing Board has some form of that they're working on.
I
Right?
see.
So the licensee can go online and with some special secure way, print out their license right like that.
Not yet, but on the horizon.
I think that's a great idea, though.
Yeah.
I mean, because right now with our DCA search, it shows real-time information, and I could see a digital license would be just like that too, where the people would click and it would just take them right to what their license is, like with a code or something like that. So,
All
yeah,
right.
you're seeing the future.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Again, we have opened up for public comment, or at least it looked like we had on online on WebEx. So any public comment from anyone listening or joining us virtually?
We are open for public comment via WebEx on all of agenda item 7. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Our first request comes from Dita Garabahi. Hold on just a moment. We're going to give you 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 30-second warning before your time expires. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for opening up this hearing. I just have a question. It's not really a comment. And the question is about regarding this modernization. And I know that as of 3 months ago, in order to activate an inactive license, the only method of payment was a check, to send in a check. Will that also change as part of this program?
Respond to that. Yeah, we're actually in the process of developing a bunch of manage my license functions, and active inactive is something that'll be coming within the next couple of months. You'll be able to access online. And actually, there's no cost for the active inactive process, but there is a cost to have a replacement license. So if you were in an inactive status and then you move to active, you would need to pay to get a new pocket license that would reflect that active status. So, but yeah, that's coming.
Hold on just a moment. Dita, we're sending you another request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that response, but that raised another question. I had directly contacted the board and to ask for the fees and what I needed to do in order to do this. And they said the fee for turning an inactive to an inactive license is $50.
So probably
Jay, we will answer questions after public comment is done so that we don't actually have this back and forth. So thank you for your public comment.
Thank you. There just seems to be a discrepancy between what we see online and some of the answers we get when we request information. Thank you.
And that was our only request for public comment.
Mr. Hurt, would you like to follow up on the follow-up question?
Yeah, and it sounds like that you got somewhat of a confusing answer, because there is no charge to move from active to inactive. It would be the replacement pocket license. So if you were to lose your pocket license and you need a replacement, there would be a charge associated with that. And if you're changing your status and you want a status to reflect your current active status, you would have to pay for that. So that's what that charge is. It's not associated with the active inactive. It's with a updated license.
Sounds good. We will move on to item number 9.
Actually, this is the Department of Consumer Affairs update. Sorry, it was item 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 8.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
Again, my name is Judy Bucciarelli from the Department of Consumer Affairs, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join you today. On behalf of the department, I would like to thank the board for your service and dedication to protect the consumers of California. To begin today's update, I'll be sharing an update related to Budget Letter 2420, Vacancy Savings and Position Elimination. The Department of Finance has issued Budget Letter 2420 implementing the governor's proposal to reduce the state workforce by 10,000 positions, which equates to approximately $1.5 billion. DCA's budget office is working closely with each board and bureau to identify appropriate reductions while maintaining the mandate for consumer protection. The final budget reduction plan will need to be approved by agency and the Department of Finance. The budget reduction will be effective starting in fiscal year 24-25 and ongoing, while the position elimination will be effective starting in fiscal year 2025-26 and ongoing. The reductions will impact DCA boards and bureaus. DCA will share further information and guidance from the Department of Finance as it becomes available. Next, I have a Governor's Appointments Office update. Deputy Appointments Secretary Mary Valdez Singh was appointed Deputy Commissioner of Legislation at the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation. She worked closely with the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, DCA, boards and bureaus on board and advisory committee appointments. Her last day with the appointments unit was July 5th. Going forward, Deputy Appointments Secretary Curtis Lang will oversee the Healing Arts Board, and Assistant Deputy Appointments Secretary Aubrey Anthony will oversee the non-healing arts boards. Boards and bureaus should continue working with board and bureau relations on their appointment needs. We wish Mary well in her new role and look forward to working with Curtis and Aubrey. Next, I have an updated workplace violence prevention policy and new training requirement. SB 553 is a new law that became effective in January. SB 553 amended the California Labor Code to require California employers to develop and implement a workplace violence prevention plan and train all employees by July 1st, 2024. As a result of this new law, DCA updated its current workplace violence prevention policy to include all requirements of SB 553. DCA also developed an annual workplace violence prevention training that is located on DCA's learning management system. The training is mandatory for all DCA employees, including board members. This new training must be completed by August 30th, 2024. If you have any questions or need assistance accessing LMS, please contact your assigned board liaison or board and bureau relations. Next, I have a board member orientation training reminder. Board members must complete board member orientation training, also known as BMOT, within 1 year of appointment or reappointment. On October 22nd, 2024, BMOT will be offered virtually. This will be the last training of the year, and members can register for this training in the learning management system. On July 31st, DCA participated in a virtual military licensing webinar hosted by Navy Region Southwest. The webinar showcased DCA military licensing resources for active duty military, veterans, and military spouses throughout California and Nevada Navy bases. DCA's Deputy Director of Communications provided an overview of licensing resources, and DCA's Deputy Director of Information Services provided a demonstration of the federal professional license portability and state registration online portal. DCA received positive feedback and looks forward to continuing its partnerships with the military community. Next, I have a diversity, equity, and inclusion update. DCA's DEI Steering Committee met on July 26. The meeting included discussion on DEI training, development of workforce development survey from a DEI perspective, expanding language access, and DEI activities for inclusion in the DCA annual report. This is the second year the DEI committee is memorializing the department's DEI activities in the annual report, which is provided to the administration and the legislature. This year's report will include DCA-specific updates on training, outreach, language access, and tools and resources created for staff. It will also highlight board and bureau accomplishments. I'm pleased to share a few examples of DEI-related activities completed by the boards. Well, it just so happens that Acupuncture Board is number 1. That's my first update. So to further expand public input and access, the Acupuncture Board released its strategic planning survey in 4 languages: English, Spanish, Chinese, and Korean. 75% of the surveys were completed in a language other than English. Next, the California State Athletic Commission extended an existing agreement and executed 2 new agreements with tribal nations to regulate combat sports on tribal land and to ensure participant safety. Next, the Medical Board of California administers the Mexico Pilot Program, which offers up to 30 physicians licensed in Mexico who specialize in family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, and obstetrics and gynecology to practice in California for up to 3 years. In 2023, 9 additional physicians were licensed under the Mexico Pilot Program, reaching the 30 physician health threshold. And finally, the Contractor State License Board translated 10 examinations commonly taken by candidates into Spanish, including the law and business examination that is required of all applicants. For all other trade examinations and languages, accommodations are made for applicants to be joined by an approved translator during the examination. The annual report will be available early next year and will be shared with your executive officer. The next DEI committee meeting is on October 25th. If you have any ideas that you would like the committee to consider, please share them with your executive officer. And finally, I have a phishing alert. As a reminder, boards are urged to continue to be vigilant and cautious of potential phishing attempts and deceptive emails, texts, and calls to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information or installing malicious software. If you suspect any phishing attempt or encounter a suspicious email, please report it immediately to your executive officer or DCA's Office of Information Security. Reporting these attempts will help us to take swift action to protect everyone. This concludes today's report. I thank you again for the opportunity to join you today. If further information or assistance is needed with any of the items I've shared, please reach out to Board and Bureau Relations. At this time, I'll turn it back to the board president and welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you very much for the helpful update. Any questions from the board? No questions to my right. And Dr. Matei, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us and giving the update. We will open this up for public comment.
We are open for public comment on the DCA update. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you very much. We will move on to item number 9, but I don't know if this is actually going to go forward. Are they with us to give us a quick update?
No, well, I want to extend a thank you to both Executive Director Mark McKenzie and Director of Accreditation Jason Wright for making themselves available today to present on updates that the accreditors have had. Regrettably, they're in different time zones and they tried to stay with us as long as possible and had to log off. It's already 6 and 7 p.m. in their respective time zones. So just thank you for their time, and we would like to bring them back at a future meeting.
Great, and apologies for the delay there, and we'll see them next time. We'll move on to item number 10, which is the legislative report.
Thank you. So just briefly, I'll go over the 2024 legislative calendar. We're pretty far into the legislative session. We actually just, the legislature just reconvened from summer recess. And the next couple of dates that stand out, August 23rd is the last day to amend bills on the floor. August 31st is the last day for each house to pass bills. And then we also have September 30th, which is the last day for the governor to sign or veto bills passed by the legislature before September 1st. So moving on to the bills of interest. And this is reflective as of July 19th. The first bill that we're discussing is AB 796 by Weber. This is the athletic trainer bill. This was brought up at the last board meeting, requested that it be discussed by the board members. At that point, it was a completely different form of the bill. So currently, the summary of the bill, AB 796 would prohibit a person from holding themselves out as an athletic trainer or from using specified titles or terms to imply, suggest the person is an athletic trainer unless they meet specified requirements, including being certified by the Board of Certification for the athletic trainer. This bill also prohibits a person from holding themselves out to be an athletic trainer or use any specified titles if certain conditions are true, including that the person has an athletic trainer license or registration in another state that was disciplined or is otherwise restricted as specified. If an employee's title is changed to comply with the provisions of AB 796, it would prohibit the loss of the employee's employment status as a result of the title change, including but not limited to demotion, reclassification, or any other status or compensation related to the position. So prior to the amendments on June 25th, AB 796 established the Athletic Training Practice Act and created a registration committee within the medical board to register athletic trainers. It also established certification and training requirements for athletic trainers. It was the prior version that caused concern for the profession based on the bill language not explicitly prohibiting an athletic trainer from the practice of acupuncture when other similar professions were named in the bill that excluded their practice. This, of course, is no longer a concern after the recent amendments in June. The bill is now just basically providing title protection for athletic trainers and establishing some minimum requirements for the profession in California. In the bill's current form, there is not an impact to the board, nor does it intersect with the acupuncture profession. So we don't project any fiscal impact, and that is why there's not any proposed recommendation for a position or anything like that. So I'll move on to the next bill, which is AB 1991 by Bonta. This is licensing and registrant renewal, national provider identifier. This was last amended in July 2nd. And previously, we brought this to the board, and at that time, it related to workforce data collection through electronic renewals. And there was like a mandatory requirement that licensees provide this different workforce data as part of their renewal. And so now it's really evolved. The bill now adds section 850.2 to the Business and Professions Code and would require licensees and registrants of healing arts boards within the DCA to just provide their national provider identifier, if they have one, at the time of electronic license or registration renewal. AB 1991 would mostly be an IT impact for DCA's Office of Information Services to address. Most of the board's license renewals are electronic via the board's online portal Connect. OAS will need to add a question to the board's online renewal application for a licensee to disclose their national provider identifier. This workload will minimally affect staff. In addition, it is unclear if there would be enforcement costs associated with the changes from AB 1991, since the bill only specifies that a violation of the section would not constitute a crime. It is unclear if the board will have jurisdiction to take disciplinary action against a licensee for failing to disclose their national provider identifier. If the board may take disciplinary action based on failing to disclose, it is expected that the volume and workload associated would be minimal. For fiscal impact, the changes effectuated by the bill are absorbable within current budget and staffing resources. AB 2269 by Flora. This is on board membership qualifications, public members. It was last discussed at our March meeting. Right now, the bill was held in the Senate Committee on Business Professions and Economic Development, and it is dead, so I won't really get into that. AB 2862, another bill that we last brought in March on licenses, African American applicants. Again, this bill is also dead, so I will skip over that. The last bill is SB 1067 by Smallwood Cuevas, Healing Arts Expedited Licensure Process Medically Underserved Area or Population. The amendments since the last board meeting made, it is no longer actually affected. The board is no longer affected by the bill. So again, I won't really get into the specifics, but we have no impact from that bill anymore.
Got it.
And that concludes that report.
Thank you. Any questions on any of the active bills that Ms. Brothers just went over?
I don't.
And just, I have one question just on the last bill, I guess. We're no longer affected by the Senate Bill 1067. Is that, did we specifically ask not to be affected, or did they carve us out?
They just named specific
Got it.
boards. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's open this up for public comment. Item number 10, the legislative update.
We are open for public comment online for the legislative update. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you very much. We will move on to item number 11, the regulatory update. I think that's Ms. Brothers again, or is it Ms.? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. So the first two regulatory items relate to our update of the disciplinary guidelines. There haven't been, I guess there is not a different update than what we had at the March meeting. We're still currently updating the rulemaking documents. The board last discussed updates to the disciplinary guidelines October 2023. There were lots of edits that we made, and so we're just updating all of our rulemaking documents. And then there was a review by the regulation unit, and also incorporating a lot of their edits and things like that. So it's kind of a big undertaking. And the third probation, excuse me, the third regulatory item was a Section 100, just an update to terminology and cross-reference. This was a non-substantive change without regulatory effect to sections 1399.415, .438, and the title of Article 3.5. It was resubmitted to OAL on February 14th, and OAL approved the regulatory action on March 27th, so just shortly after our last board meeting, and the changes were effective upon approval. So that one's concluded, can come off the list. The next item, aligning curriculum standards and approval-related regulations with statute. We're working with the different staff that use these regulations on a regular basis in their desks. And we're updating the draft rulemaking documents. It's possible that this may have some modifications to the proposed language and could come back to the board. For item 5, application process for licensing examination and reexamination and criteria and procedures for approval of a credential evaluation service. This is basically the implementation of AB 2190 and some other regulatory updates. That action was originally filed with OAL in November of 2023, and then staff withdrew the regulatory action on January 5th, 2024, to work on some modifications to the text to address some of the issues raised by OAL. The regulatory action was resubmitted to OAL on May 30th, and OAL approved the rulemaking and filed it with the Secretary of State on July 11th. And those changes will go into effect on October 1st, 2024. We will be noticing affected parties about that in the next coming months. The next regulatory item, application for retired status restoration. New and updated proposed language was approved at the March 2024 meeting. And so staff is currently drafting those rulemaking documents. Item 7, that's the continuing education requirements, the law and ethics. Let's see. After the board noticed an added document, which was a sample list of continuing education courses that we provided in response to public comment to the rulemaking record. That was done on May 5th, 2024, and the regulatory action was submitted to OAL for review on June 7th. OAL approved this rulemaking and filed it with the Secretary of State on July 22nd, and those changes also go into effect on October 1st. And again, we'll be providing more information about that to our providers and licensees. Item 8, standards of practice for telehealth services. The board approved revisions to the proposed language at the October 2023 board meeting. And staff submitted production rulemaking documents to the regulation unit on May 16th for review. After review, staff has been working on edits to the fiscal and economic impacts, including other edits to return back to the regulation unit to move it on to DCA and agency review. And the last regulatory item is our hand hygiene requirements. We're still working on revisions to the proposed language, and so we're in a kind of a collaborative drafting process on that. And that concludes the regulation report.
Any questions from the board members on any of that? Seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment.
We are open for public comment online. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all those updates. And we're now to the end of our agenda, which is the election of officers. And I'll just start by saying it's been an absolute honor serving as your president, and I appreciate Dr. Mateki's guidance and helping me get through my tenure as president. And I think now is a time where we're going to elect new officers. And I do think that our vice president, who has been serving as my right hand these past, I guess, 2 years now, has done a fabulous job. And I think that she will do a great job as president. And so it would be my honor to nominate her as president for the upcoming year.
Yeah, I
And,
second that.
and I did get a second from Mr. Osorio. And so we do have a motion and a second. I will open it up to the extent that there are any other motions for the presidency. And hearing none, do you want to take public comment before each vote, or do you want to vote, or do you want to have a motion for president and vice president, then open it up for public comment?
I think we should do each one
Okay.
as separate and with public comments
Great.
to each vote.
Okay, so let's open this up for public comment on the nomination for Dr. Yongping Chen as the next president.
We are open for public comment on the nomination for board president. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you. So we'll bring it back for, I guess, a roll call on this? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Don't we do the,
No, I don't think actually, no. I don't think there needs to be.
You accept the motion?
Yes,
Okay,
do you?
there's motion.
And then a second.
motion.
Yeah.
You've been voluntold.
You can, if you want me to withdraw the motion and if Ruben, if you want him to withdraw the second, we can. But you accept it, I assume. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
You're welcome. So we will go with the vote.
Okay. John Harabedian,
Yes.
Yang-Ping Chen, Ruben Osorio,
Yes.
Francisco Kim,
Yes.
Shudong Lee,
Yes.
and Dr. Amy Mateki.
Yes.
All right.
Congratulations.
Uh-huh.
You are officially, I guess as of next meeting, she's officially president, or is as of right now?
At the end of this meeting,
Okay.
upon adjournment.
Great. And I do, so congratulations to. we
Yes,
can
thank
give-
you.
And I do think that I would make a motion for Francisco Kim to be vice president, and if he would accept. Okay, so I would make a motion for Francisco Kim to be vice president. Do I have a second for that?
I second.
I think there was a couple, there's many people who wanted a second, so we can note that. Any other motions for vice president or nominations? Okay, we'll open this up for public comment.
We are open for public comment on the nomination for board vice president. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you.
A roll call. John Harabedian,
Yes.
Yang-Ping Chen,
Yes.
Ruben Osorio,
Yes.
Francisco Kim, Shudong Lee,
Yes.
Dr. Amy Mateki.
Yes.
All right, congrats.
Congratulations. So we were now on to item number 13, which is future agenda items. And members, I assume that there are some, and maybe items that still haven't made it, that if you want to, I know that soon-to-be Vice President Francisco Kim wanted an item on Medicaid, a Medicaid or Medi-Cal reimbursement update. I know that's something that the new president and vice president can work on agendizing. And maybe I might be missing others. So to the extent that you have other future items, why don't we speak up now?
Yeah, I would like to put on the agenda if we can, do has the medical board has on sexual misconduct, to make that a bill that automatically anybody that does that will lose their license.
Which would be similar to the medical board,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, noted. Any other items? Mr. Lee? Nope. Dr. Mateki, nope. Young Ping, you're good?
I'm good.
Okay. We will open this up for public comment for future agenda items.
We are open online for future agenda items. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. And I think the only other item is adjournment. So we are adjourned and right under the gun. So well done today, and congratulations to our new officers. And we'll see you at the next meeting, which is scheduled for.
Next one's not scheduled, so we'll work with the new officers to get another one calendared and reach out to the board members.
Great. All right. Thank you all.